All right, here we are live from the DPPHL finals at Columbia Club, just in time for the action to get started. Round of 16 here in the finals. First round matchup, the 8 seed Mitch Sadie taking on the 9 seed Jacob Spingler. And Mitch has won the throw. We got this first round is best of 9, first to 5, alternate start. Both players open with a 45. There's 26 there for Mitch. We'll, watch here as both guys get settled in. Bound to be some nerves here in the early going. Both of these guys played in the majority of the tour events throughout the year. Both had some decent finishes and finished the year 8th and 9th in points. Broadcasting live on East Coast Darts. Matt Forkin doing all the behind the scenes stuff in the production. My name's Jim Newman. And we're looking to bring you the finals today. Year 2 of the Dart Players Philadelphia series. And today somebody's going to get their name on that cup and earn a boatload of prize money and a CDC tour card. Both players still struggling out of the gate here as we get through this, muddle our way through this first leg. Nobody zeroed in on a triple yet. 60 there from Mitch. Great first start there from Jake. Follows it up okay to get a ton. Leapfrog ahead there. Just a 59 there from Mitch. Jake looking at 164. Goes in 19 route. Good idea on the bull on the last start to try to leave an even hunter. It looks like he slipped in at a 14. 139 to go, Mitch. Downstairs. Back up top to try to leave 40. 59, so he'll leave 80. 111 for Jake there for an early break of throw here. That's a 777, 90 left. And the setup doesn't quite come up. So now Mitch from 80 to hold throw. We get one dart at tops. And it is good. 1-0 lead for Mitch. Jake's starting leg 2. Very nice second dart there from Mitch. Right on top. Opens with a ton. Hopefully after that first leg's out of the way, these guys can start to show what they can do. Just a 41 there from Jake. So Mitch has already claimed the darts here. See if he can do something with it. Good second dart. Ton opening. You want to be careful here if you're Jake. There you go. Fills it up. Last one went astray. 121 though. Good score. Get himself back in this game. Best of 9, a little long format, but it's not too long of a format. You want to be careful here. Every break of throw really means a lot. Game can get away from you really quickly if you're not careful. Last start 97. Sorry, we missed that. Mitch also goes downstairs. Just 27. So Jake, we'll have 6 here from 182. Looking to set up. Mitch back on 214. Went the bull on the last start. 56. We'll leave him. We'll leave him a 126. 44 there from Mitch to leave the big fish. Jake from 126. Some wayward darts there. Rebounds with a triple. And Mitch from 170 to try to steal it. Not going to happen. Looking to set up. Pressure to 59. 60 scored. Jake from 59 to try to even things up. Oop. Just inside. And Mitch from 110 now. There you go, 18s. Yes, he does. Oh, just low. So now Jake, have a look at double 8 here to try to even things up in the early going. Double 4 now. Yep, 4 left. Not really close on that last one. Mitch looking at double 9, going straight at it, electing not to split. Double 2. Jake pins double 2 on the first dart there. And we're, slow start. A little choppy from both guys, but we are even and on throw. The first guy to really settle in has, great opportunity to put pressure on the other player, take control of this game. Like I said, best of 9. We're now in a best of 7. Updates from around the room. Kevin Adamson took the first leg from Steve DeVito. That's a 4 versus 13 matchup. Adamson leads 1-0. Number 1 seed Mike Campagna is up 2-1 on Steve Cook in the early going. And Colin Rath also up 1-0 against John DeSpaldo. Back here, Jake, 85. So he's edged in front of Mitch here a little bit as they've each thrown 9. Aaron Mitch fighting back. 100. That's a good first start. 100 from Jake. 178. And Mitch got to try to get himself to an outshot here. 60. He left himself a big one. So Jake, try to bring it down. Really pressured at 161. Just 6 there to start. It doesn't really get it done. So Mitch will have the first crack here. Just a 30. Looking for one triple here to set things up. Looked like he went to the bull there on the last start. Just a 45. Down to the 17 maybe. Yep. All right, Jake now from 107. 104. And he leaves himself 95. So both guys really struggling here on the setup game. Mitch, 65 left. He'll have a dart at tops. Leaves it low. Jake now from 95. Sure what he's going to do here. Maybe bull first. Adjust the score there. Jake from 95. Went bull first, left it low. 92. Gets a dart at it. Oh. Leaves it a little high. And Mitch pins double 10 on the first dart to take a 2-1 lead, keep us on throw. Jake had a chance to steal there. Had darts at double. Couldn't get it done. One thing you want to do is he kind of went right up to the line there, kind of in a hurry. With experience, I don't think you really want to do that. You want to take a second, put that behind you before you start the next leg. Mitch doesn't really make him pay for it. One thing is when you have an opportunity to win a game and you don't get it done, in a short format match like this, you really have to be careful to not carry it over into the next leg. There we go. 140. Mitch trying to answer. Just 60. Pretty even here in this fourth leg. Yeah, nobody's really gotten into a scoring groove. We've had a few, they've each had a few ton-plus turns, but nobody's been able to back up 3 good darts with 3 more. Match still kind of in the early going, but we're just kind of sitting here waiting for somebody to really take control of it, get in a groove. Mitch should be looking to do just that if he can get another triple there. 100 scored, so he's on a finish. Jake's, doesn't want to give him 6 from 156. Wants to get a good setup shot here. Just 59. 85 there for Mitch. That's an important last dart. Puts a little more pressure on its 145. All right. Leaves himself an even 100. Mitch here, 71. Looking to first break a throw. Double 10. Outside, decent marker. Moves in. Outside again. So Jake from 100. Single 20. Let's see where he goes. Hey, when to go tops tops. Not a bad move. Ooh, fires that one. That's careless. Can't do that. Double 5. Oh. Okay, he decides to bust his score. Now Jake from 60 and given another chance here. Ooh, off the board high. Yeah. A little struggling, a little rushed. See if Mitch makes him pay for it. Oh, 15, he's going to bust again. Jake back to the board with 10 left. So after all this, he still has a chance right here to even the matchup. It's a bust. Side again, bringing it in. Gets it on the third dart. So Mitch takes a 3-1 lead. Neither one of these guys is really settled in. Time starting to run out for Jake. He's going to have to do something here on Mitch's throw. He was already going to have to break him once by virtue of losing the bullseye at the beginning. Now he's got to break him twice. Another quick look around the room. Colin Rath, 2. John DeSpaldo, 1. Mike Camp has increased his lead over Steve Cook to 4-1. And Steve DeVito has come back from 1 down to take a 2-1 lead over Kevin Adamson. And just as I say that, Cook gets another leg on the board, so that match is now 4-2 in Camp's favor. Back to Mitch here. And Mitch, at recently on Friday, we had the first Mr. Philly qualifier for the Mr. Philadelphia Finals to take place in April. It was a pretty good sized field. And Mitch played pretty well that night and came through the field and claimed a spot in the Mr. Philly Finals. So, you know, so far he's not really riding that wave, but he's still in front here. 41 from Jake. Not really putting any pressure on Mitch's throw here. Take a look at the body language from Jake. He looks a little lost right now. Time to find it. There's a 99. Gets him back in this leg. Good cover there for Mitch. Get himself a 77. Get himself at least on a finish. Jake with just a 60, and now we're pretty even. Both guys in the 150 range. Mitch from 155, so he goes downstairs. He does. Leaves himself 96. Jake with 60. Mitch from 96. And he'll be looking to set up here. And he does. Sets up a tops. A Jake from 90. Couple options here. He may go 20, may go bull, may go 18. Goes 20. Yeah, his setup play just isn't coming together. Double 10 now from Mitch. Back up top for double 5. He leaves it short. So Jake will have an opportunity here from 60. Oh, leaves him high. Oh, with 5 to go. Double 2 now for Mitch to take a 4-1 lead. Little low. Looking to go right on top. Moves to the side. And he gets it. That's a great last start. It might be the best start of the match so far. Yeah, snuck it in the corner. Mitch up 4-1. And it's now or never time for young Jake Spengler. Just a 60 to open. Mike Campagna is the first player through to the top 8 with a 5-2 win over Steve Cook. That completes a decent season for Steve Cook, who, you know, over the course of the tour events, finished 16th in total points. There were, and that's out of 64 players. There were 64 total players that participated in the DPPHL this year. So Steve acquitted himself well. You know, he ran up against the #1 seed today, and you know, Michael advanced to the top 8, keep his title hopes alive. And Mitch trying to follow up that 140. 60. Jake's still within touching distance here. Good recovery after the first start 5. Mitch to try to apply some more pressure here. He's already kind of stolen the darts. And that's a great last. Sneaks it in there for 100. Big score needed from Jake. Not going to get it. So Mitch will get 6 darts here from 141 for the match. See, bull setup or 19. He goes 19. Leaves himself 82. Jake really has to come up with something here to pressure that 82. Just a 76. Leave himself on 101. From 82, we go bull first. It's a 1. And 21, so that'll leave 60. So Mitch sets up tops. 101 here for Jake. It needs to go. Good start. All right, double 16. And he just let that go a little too early. Now Mitch has got 3 to sew it up. All right, there it is. Congratulations to Mitch Sadie, 5-1 winner over Jacob Spengler in the first round. Mitch will advance to the top 8, and he will take on our number 1 seed, Mike Campagna. Quick update before we get our next match on stream. Yeah, we're going to jump to board 2 here, where John DeSpaldo and Colin Rath. Colin has a 4-1 lead on John at this point. Yeah. Looks like 80 there. 140 there from John, looks like, yep. So 4-1 down, but battling. Throwing a 67.5 average, not bad. The Colin being just shy of 73. 60 there from Colin. John 138 to stay in it. Good dart. Still on the board, looking 18s. Leaves it short. 74. Let's see what he goes to set it up. Goes for the 14. Leaves himself 60. Colin, 141 for the match. First start's good. Downstairs. Just slides into the 777. And then a little lazy there on the third dart. You know, staying away from the triple, going high, but drifting into the 1. So John now from 60 to get a second leg on the board. Tops. Apologies, when we go to the other board, we don't have a zoom in camera, so we can't zoom in on the doubles. And John gets it. So that match now 4-2. And that was a break of throw, so John will have the start here in leg 7 as he tries to claw his way back. Winner of this match will take on the winner of Kevin Adamson and Steve DeVito. Which right now is deadlocked at 3 apiece. Colin filling it up. Slides into 555. 9 mark 135. After John started the leg with a big 180. Sorry we missed that. So after 4 perfects, goes adrift on the next 2. Still 68. Both guys pretty dialed in. Colin 125 there, keeping the pressure on. 253 plays 241. Oh. Slides into the 555. 20 would have left him a 170 there. Colin now definitely has 6 from 241. See if he can do some damage here. Cut into it a bit. There's 1 triple. A little higher. 85 is only 156. And John really has to think, you know, cut it down here. Think about doing this in 6. You don't want to leave Colin 6 from 156. Second dart goes a little wayward into the 777. So just a 41. So Colin will indeed have 6 darts for the match. He may not need 6. Yes, he will. Looks like a ton set up. He'll have 56 for the match when he returns. John will see what he can do here to try to pressure that. Great job of Colin in this leg. After John had the darts and started with a 180, Colin just went big score, backed himself up, stayed right in it, waited for an opening, and now here it is. Should get 2 darts for the match right here. And they'll be at tops. There it is. Only needs 1. Colin Rath moves on 5-2 over John DeSpaldo. Pretty good match. Colin finishes with a 79 average. John with a 69. Well played by both guys. Colin moves into the top 8, where he awaits the winner of Steve DeVito and Kevin Adamson, who right now are locked up 3-3. As we get ready to go back to the stream board, Frank, next stream match, bottom half of the bracket, the number 2 seed, Rory Goodfellow, taking on the number 15 seed, Frank Watkins. Yeah. These two met once during the tour events, and Rory did prevail in that match over Frank. I think it was way back in event 1. One thing, not too many. The 8 first round matchups we had here in the top 16. Mike Campagna and Steve Cook had played in one of the tour events. Mike did win that match, and the other two, John Meade and Ray Roland. Ray Roland's the 6th seed. John Meade's the 11th seed. They played twice during the tour, but John Meade won both of those contests. And Kevin Adamson and Steve DeVito. Kevin Adamson's the 4 seed. Steve DeVito the 13 seed. Pretty much by virtue of the fact that he didn't attend as many events as some of the other guys.
He played first round last year too.
And in the two matchups where Kevin played Steve, the lower seed, also won both matches. Now we got the Dart Connect score up here. Steve DeVito with a 4-3 lead. Kevin with the darts trying to force a decider. All right, I'll be right back. Matt Forkin is here, so he may be chiming in while I'm gone. Right back.
cork is done. Rory's going to lead off here. Thank you, everyone, for joining. Big thanks to Jim Newman for filling in for me today, so no one has to hear me for something that actually matters in Philadelphia. Slow start out of the gate for both shooters. Rory finding his mark. Looking at the chat, Connor Martin has Frank Watkins as the projected winner in this match. Frankie's still trying to find his groove. Good third dart triple there by Rory Goodfellow. Connor, since I see you in the chat, are you qualified, locked up for DPMY? Nobody hates Newman. Big 1-2-3 there by Frank. He's starting to get in a little bit of groove here. Rory well ahead. But 3 big darts by Frank can change that. 65 score for Rory. .76 left. Where's he going? Does not pick the triple, trying to set up double top. 31 for him. Still going to get at least 3 more darts at it. 95 there for Frank. 85 left in this first leg. Ooh. Just over the wire. And Frank with a chance. He's going at the 20s first. To steal the leg. Ooh, we really let that one go. Floated with no follow through. And Rory's going to give him another chance. Go downstairs here. What's Frank going to do? Picks a 333, which is going to leave him over with 26 left. And he takes it out with his second dart. So Frank Watkins, break a throw to start. He's on the board. Give me 1 second. Tournament director is calling me. I'll be right back.
All right, we are back, kids. Frank Watkins is the number 15 seed, is taking the first leg off of Rory in a break a throw. And right now, in leg 2, Rory tries to settle himself into the match. These two met one time during the tour. Rory did prevail in that match. .81 there from Rory. Does not leave a finish, but that's That one on the last dart. Frankie with a big score with a chance, but only a 57. So Rory's going to have 6 here from 169 to try to square up the match. Good cover shot there. Get him down to 102. Frank looking to pressure. Good first start. 76. He's going to stay down there. And he does. 95 leaves him 133. Rory from 102 now. First start. Triple 10 and a double 6. Wasn't the route he intended to go, but he really, real nice adjustment there on the third dart to even the score, pin the double 6. And here he comes. Looks like he's got some confidence now. Opens at 140. That's the Rory Goodfellow we all know and love. He's back into the triple. 81 scored. Bring him down to 280. Frank now. He's a 19 shooter for the most part. 57. So Rory in control here. Just a 47 there at second dart. Really close, but a little low. Frank with a big score here can get himself back in this leg. Little opening. Yeah, bad rub there. 97. Just 60 from Rory. Frank, 19. 19 is the shot here from 303, so. A little wild there, just a 29. So Rory has a free turn here to set up as Frank's back on 274. 95 is going to leave him 78 when he comes back. Got to give the clean-cut Irishman a little props on the new look there with the mustache. There are quite a few players I've noticed growing the mustaches, possibly for the month of November. Tops for a 2-1 lead. Steadies himself. Goes a little high. Frank now looking to pressure from 195. Yeah. Slack second dart there. Nice rebound. And Rory pins tops on a first start. And we're at 2-1. Back on throw. And Frank back to work on those 19s. Great first start. And one thing I'm noticing about Frank is he seems to be, when he does hit the first start well, he seems to be going a little wayward on the second. And that is a 174 opening from Rory, piling on the pressure here. And Frank, with that first start blocking him, decides to go upstairs, manages just 40. And after 4 perfects, Rory rebounds there, going downstairs for the triple 19, leaving himself 190 after just 6 darts. Making a statement on the other guy's throw. Unfortunate bounce out there for Frank. Just 42 scored. Rory from 190 in complete control now of this game. We'll have 130 remaining for a possible 12 dart break a throw. And if he does get 80 here, it'll be interesting to see if he goes for the bullseye. Doesn't have to. Oh, never mind. A 59 scored. 71 when he comes back. Frank looking to find a little more consistency on that 19. Pretty good 95 there. Rory from 71. The 8 tops. Little high. Frank will be looking to cut his score at least in half here. Good start. Possibly upstairs. Nope, stays. 97. Rory from 40 for a 3-1 lead. Goes high. And after being seemingly out of this leg, Frank has a chance here from 97. Late 10. Little 12. Little high. He had it. Gave himself a dart to steal it. Little 10. And it goes. So Rory's opened up a 3-1 lead now. After a really, really strong start to that leg. Kind of stumbled his way to the finish, but got the job done. And now Frank's going to, with it down 3-1, really needs to break a throw here. And he can do it. He did it in the first leg. Singles all around for Rory, 57. And a 57 for Frank. Frank has to take advantage. Anytime Rory doesn't hit a triple, you get the trebleless visit, as they call it in England. Frank has to take advantage anytime that happens and get one himself and leapfrog. Good last start there, going up to the 20. Keeping himself in the leg. Rory, foot on the gas. 100 is going to leave himself a 160. Keeping the pressure on. Good answer from Frank. 95. Rory will have 6 there from 160 though. Great first start. And second. Oh, leaves it high. But he will be back. Frank from 206. And that's just a 43. Not going to leave a finish. Rory has 6 starts here. And he's going to need to come back. Rory's scoring really well. Doubles, though. He's given Frank extra opportunities. So far, Frank hasn't been able to capitalize, and Rory now has a 4-1 lead as the double 10 goes. And back against the wall here for Frank Watkins. 4-1 down in a race to 5. So if you're Frank here, you got to just think one leg at a time, hold my throw, then worry about the next one. Can't win 4 legs in one shot. Nice ton there from Rory. Yeah, so far I like what I'm seeing from Rory. I'm liking the scoring. Just got to clean up his doubles a little bit. And he fills it up, 180. And he has his foot on the gas and is steering the car toward round 2. 59 from Frank. And after a messy first start, comes back, pounds a triple twice, leave himself on 96 after 9. Really good job of on the scoring phase by Rory. Let's see if he can clean it up here. Put a nice 12 darter on the board, or 11 darter. 19s, 15. And that's gonna leave him 60. So So above 60 when he comes back. Seven from Frank. Rory Goodfella tops to advance to round 2. And there it is. Cleaned up his doubles there, and 14 dart leg. Finishes the match with an 80 average, and it really could have been much higher. I'm curious to see what his first 9 was on that during that match, because he was excellent in the scoring phase. Moved to board number 2, and Jamal Pegg up on Brian McKenzie. Looks like both players struggled through leg 1. Jamal now with 10. Try to double his lead to 2-0. And just as I suspected, pretty impressive numbers there for Rory from the scoring phase. His first 9 for that match at 5-1 victory was 98 even. That's really good stuff. If he can keep that up and do a little bit better job on the doubles, he was 5 of 16 during that match. If he could pick that number up a little bit, he's going to be really dangerous as going forward today. Jamal now double 1, try to double his lead. Trying to work off that first dart. Nope. So Brian McKenzie will come up with 70 remaining. Try to even that match up. 14 for Bull, triple 14, double 11. Double 11 for Brian McKenzie to try to get a leg on the board here. And he goes outside, so Jamal will have another crack at the madhouse. Just 2 left. Try to double his lead over Brian McKenzie. Huh? Oh, no, thank you. And Brian McKenzie from 22, electing to go right at it. I like that play. It's a double. It's a chance to win the game. Go for it. But it doesn't happen. Now Jamal. It's definitely we'll be nice and call it a scrappy opening to this match. As Brian, both players are 33 darts in here. And Brian decides to split this time. 6, double 8. Outside again. And inside. Leaves himself 8. Jamal once again for the madhouse. Eventually one was going to go. So on dart 34. Both of these guys will get a chuckle out of that, I'm sure. Or at least whoever wins this match will get a chuckle out of that. And Jamal's up 2-0. Our next streaming match will be a top 8 contest. It'll be Steve DeVito, who defeated Kevin Adamson in round 1, taking on Colin Rath, who defeated John DeSpaldo in round 1. That'll be up next on the stream. But for now, we're going to stay with this match here as Brian tries to battle his way back. After having his throw broken, he's going to have to break Jamal twice, because Jamal did have the darts in the opening leg. But right now, it's a one leg at a time kind of thing. Brian's just got to get a leg on the board before he thinks about what it's going to take to win the match. Jamal there with a nice 137, answering Brian's less than stellar opening of a 30. And that dart goes way left into 12 for just 37. Brian really struggling. And Jamal looking to steady himself and move in front. Nice 97 there. Jamal from 222, going to be a switch somewhere. Goes the 18, leaves himself 164. And he will have 6 from there no matter what Brian does. And an 85. A little glimmer of hope for Mackenzie. But he's still going to need Jamal to trip up if he's going to get in this leg. And there it is, 26. If Brian with a chance, big score here, get himself back in this game. It's just not happening right now for Mackenzie. Only 40. Jamal at 138, but comfortably in front in this game. Sometimes those scrappy legs, like we saw in leg 2, can really make a difference. If you win that leg, pressure's off, and if you lose that leg, the pressure really does seem to mount. Guy who wins those usually tends to relax going forward. And Jamal now at 24. It's at 24 after 18 darts. Kenzie has made his way to a finish. So Jamal will be looking to try to close this out, not give him a look. Double 6. Goes wayward. So Brian has a chance here. And just a 7. Now he's just looking to set up. So double 6 for Jamal to go up 3-0. And there it is. So Jamal's up 3-0. And the bad news for the winner of this match is they're in the next round. They're going to have to take on Rory, who really caught fire toward the end of his first round match. So it's going to be a tall task for whoever does win this in round 2. Ryan with just a 13 open on his own throw. Things really not going his way. Jamal with 65 after a decent cover dart on a 19. And Brian's struggles continue. In a situation like this, Jamal's an experienced guy, so when your opponent's really struggling, you don't want to get caught up in that, and the best way to not get caught up in that is to just keep applying pressure, keep your foot on the gas, and get this match over with as quickly as possible. And Brian once again spraying him. I mean, he's the body language wise, everything wise, he kind of looks defeated already. Looks like resigned to his fate. He's running out of time to snap back into things here. There we go. That's a 95. That's the best scoring round I've seen from Brian so far. But getting himself, he's still 15 darts in and at 307, and Jamal is unfazed. In fact, maybe a little spurred on by the fact that Brian kicked on there, and he answers him with 100 himself. Jamal from 152. Knows he has a setup turn here. That looks like 80. It was, and he went to the 16 there. Down into the 7. He'll have 65 when he comes back. May go for the bull. Doesn't necessarily need to. Brian hits a 92, so Jamal definitely has 6 darts here from 65. Let's see which way he goes. He did go bull. Looks like an 18. So 47 upcoming. And he goes 7. It's going to be tops. That's the chosen route. And he leaves it a little low. So 20 left for Jamal when he comes back. Brian in an attempt to pressure that now. He's going to need to really snap out of it and get a little lucky at this point. And just 30 there. Jamal, deep breath. Try to pin this one. Get another leg on the board. Inch closer to round 2, and he does so. Nice finish there from Jamal. And now Jamal has it all his own way right now. A 4-0 lead and the darts as he attempts to advance to round 2 and set up a meeting with Rory Goodfellow in round 2. Our second round match, our first second round match that'll be on the stream. The guys are getting to the board now. They're just starting to warm up. That's going to be Colin Rath versus Steve DeVito. Also in the top half of the bracket, Mike Campagna is taking on Mitch Sadie. And at the bottom of the bracket, Jeff Marinucci, the number 3 seed, advanced with a 5-1 victory over Justin Harris. And John Meade, the number 11 seed, upset the number 6 seed Ray Roland 5-3 in the first round. So Marinucci versus Meade will be on the stream following Colin and Steve, which is coming up next. And Jamal here putting a good leg as he can see the finish line now. Solid 60. 201. Nice 201 after 9 darts. Nice and solid. And Brian's still struggling, just hasn't been able to find it today. And Jamal seems to be settling in more and more over the last 2-3 games after they were both struggling a lot early. He goes to the bull there, hits the double. So 130 is going to leave Jamal 71 for the match. We're either looking 17 or 13 here, I'm pretty confident. And he goes to the 17, 54. Nice solid 14, leaves him tops. Leaves it low again. But he has been solid on the double 10, so nothing to worry about here with Brian back on 313. Yeah. You and Meade follow Colin and DeVito. Jamal now from 20 for the match. Up to double 5. If he goes inside, oh, that's interesting. What's he do here? He decides to split it. It was either split it or bust it. Once he just deviated his attention away, he didn't want to leave himself 5. Understandable. Brian with an 85 is going to leave himself 158, but he's powerless to stop Jamal here. Jamal with 3 darts in hand, double 4 remaining, and he pins it right away. The Jamal Peg, with a 5-0 victory over Brian McKenzie, has moved on to round 2. And he'll be the next opponent for Rory. Now as we move back to the stream board, next matchup coming is going to be Colin Rath versus Steve DeVito. Colin advanced 5-2 over John DeSpaldo. Steve DeVito advanced 5-3 over Kevin Adamson. So should be a really good second round match here in the top half of the bracket. Jeff Marinucci will be the following match up on our stream. He's getting in some practice starts here. I don't think Steve's arrived yet. kill a little time here. We got some statistics from the tour. 7 events that took place over the course of 2023 that led our 16 finalists here. This next match coming up, Colin Rath. Colin had 1 victory, came in event 7. He was also a runner-up in event 3. Had a top 8 finish in event 2. Had a top 16 finish in event 6. He did not play events 4 or 5. And in event 1, he finished top 64. That was an unfortunate top 64 matchup against Timmy O'Brien, who did go on to win event 1. His opponent for this coming match, Steve DeVito. DeVito kind of rallied late to get himself into the finals here. He did not attend event 1. Managed a top 16 in event 2. Did not attend event 3. But he was runner-up in event 4. He had a top 16 finish in event 5. Did not attend event 6. And in event 7, he had to attend in order to get the 4 qualifying events to be eligible. And he did, and he had a top 16 finish in that as well. Colin's overall tour average was 72.16. He was 30, which was the 3rd highest among overall averages, finishing 3rd to Mike Camp, who finished 2nd, and Timmy O'Brien, who finished 1st. Although Timmy did not play enough events to be eligible for the finals today. Colin was 31% on his doubles over the course of the tour events, and that was good enough for 4th place among everyone. Steve DeVito had the 21st highest tour average at 64.60, and he was 27% on his doubles, which was good enough for 10th throughout the course of the season. Some more numbers as we get ready for this. Colin had a total of 10 180s. He had a high out of 156, and his first 9 average over the course of the entire tour was 79.61. Steve DeVito had 180 during the tour, but had a tour tying, high out tying mark of a 160 finish, and his first 9 average over the course of the season was 70.37. So, as we look in the background, we can see Jeff Marinucci still warming up with his Eagles attire on. Frank Watkins and Steve Cook and Kevin Adamson have all stuck around. And you see Brian Sweeney taking any action here. He showed up as a volunteer marker in the first round. So, and Steve is making his way to the board. So we should be getting started pretty soon. So we'll take a really quick break here. Coming up, following a few warm-up darts, I'm sure. 2nd round matchup, top 8. The number 5 seed, Colin Rath, against the number 13 seed, Steve DeVito. Stay tuned.
You're hot. You're hot.
All right, here we go. We are back on the stream. Colin Rath with an impressive start here. He's opened up a 1-0 lead, sitting 44 after 12 to try to double that lead and break the throw of Steve DeVito here in the early going. Second round, best of 13, first to 7 legs. And Colin tops a little low, but he'll be back. And we have a special treat for everybody listening out there. I'd like to welcome in from Steve DeVito. It's a 180 just as I'm in the middle of going on a segue.
It's a 180.
That is a 180. And if you heard him, folks, as Colin pins double 10 to double his lead, I'd like to introduce the founder of Dart Players New York and the entire Dart Players series that has made its way across the United States, including here in Philadelphia. From Austin, Texas, Mr. Anthony Eugenia is joining us live. Welcome, Anthony.
Hey, Jim. Thank you very much. I don't know if it's going to be a treat for anybody, but it's a definite treat for me to be on with the great Jim Newman.
Oh, it's a treat for me as well, buddy. Really good to talk to you as we wrap up year 2 here from Philadelphia. I'll try to stay with the match, but I want to really talk to you here for just a few minutes and get your insight on it was 2011 when in the city of New York and its surrounding area you started a dart player tour after being in Vegas and seeing the PDC live in one of their visits here. Did you, in your wildest dreams, did you ever think that you'd be in so many cities and, having this be a pathway to the CDC and then players eventually going overseas?
Not even close, Jim. Not. I sat knowing I was going to be on with you. Did a little prep work, pulled up. We're at 16 different dart player tours around the country, and it's really mind blowing. We're in year number 13 in Dart Players New York, the first one, and it spread from there. And it's phenomenal that we're finishing up year 2 in Philadelphia. Philadelphia was always a big get. A lot of you guys came up and played in the early days of New York, and we always talked about Philadelphia. And it took its right time. It was ready when it was ready, and I'm so thrilled to see it be a success down in Philadelphia. The amazing passion that Philadelphia has for English steel tip.
Right.
And we just knew it was going to be a success in Philly when it was launched. And to your point, to give everybody a little background, I did not expect this. I guess we'll say success or, replication or admiration for the format and the feel. As you say, I really enjoyed going out to Las Vegas and playing in the PDC events, and also when it was, East Coast up in the Mohegan Sun, but more in Vegas because, Vegas was open to the public to go up and play. And it was just something I really enjoyed. I enjoyed the feel of it. And as a big dart fan, it was like selfish. I wanted to create the same sort of setup and feel in New York that I was getting in Vegas, not only as a player, but as a fan. I wanted to see the best players in the New York area get together in a room, over and over again, playing this great long format. And thankfully it succeeded. And as you mentioned, it went from city to city, and all of them are organic. I've been blessed to help out nearly every single one in that, the people, the great people and hardworking people of each of these independent dart player tours reach out to me. We talk, I kind of give them some insight, some of the things that I learned in the early days. And, I'll turn it back to you in a sec after I give you what pretty much was the best synopsis we ever had of what the Dart Players was like. And a really renowned player from the Philadelphia area reached out to me, said, "Can I come up and play these things? Is this open to everybody?" And I said, "Wow, that's impressive. A player coming up from Philadelphia to play." And Mr. Jim Newman walked into, I think it was the second event in White Plains, New York, and he simply turned to me and he goes, "Oh, it's the PDC, but in a bar."
Yeah,
And Jim,
yeah.
I've used that for a decade.
Yeah, I was also in Vegas that year that you were out there, and coming off the heels of that, seeing what those guys do and how organized and how well everything runs, and using the same format, and keeping things organized with matches going on the same board until a board final, and then it was just that was just what it felt like to me right from the beginning. Uh, it was fun to be a part of it, and when it came to it, did take us a while to get it done here in Philly, and a lot of that was just due to scheduling. It's just due to our calendar. Like
Absolutely.
we
And that
wanted.
was a compliment to what you do down there, that it's such a vibrant and active community, and it's so much done for charity. So that was always simply to reply that, we love playing the format, but we just don't know if we have enough open dates.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Mike Semi, who will actually be joining us on the broadcast a little later. Him, Brittany Jasinski, Matt Forkin, and a committee got assembled a few years ago, and they decided, okay, we're doing this. It's time. And we had a taste in our city. The CDC had blessed us with events and qualifiers and tour card qualifiers, for a few years, and we had gotten a taste of what it's like to have the best in the country and in North America really come through your room, this very room here that you can see in the background, and it got our guys and girls hungry to want to do this ourselves, and big credit to Mike for really helping get the ball rolling as and get things started. And looks like Steve DeVito was just wide there trying to even the match with Colin. Pretty exciting second round going on here. Steve's fought his way into it. Colin with a bull to go 3-1. And it goes a little wayward. Now Steve will have a chance to even up the match. But yeah, and there it is. It just took us a little while to find enough available dates. Also seeing how a lot of other cities throughout the country had hopped on board. We knew about Chicago and Colorado and Texas and Ohio and a few others. Like if you want to go through, I don't remember the exact order.
I was going to just give everybody a rundown just so I have some context, and just on this match right here at 2-2, like you said, this is when the day really starts heating up. It's everybody at the quarters onward. Everybody's has a match under their belt. They're warmed up, and things just really start to cook here. And it's a real pleasure to sit in. I know Steve as well, but a real pleasure to actually get to be in on Colin's matches. Some may or may not know Colin has really just blossomed as a match referee for us at the CDC, the Championship Darts Corporation. So kind of tickled to be able to watch Colin play, because I know he's got a real passion to be up there. He does a great job and has really earned a great following here in North America and overseas with his referee work. But he still has a massive passion as a player. He still has a lot to achieve, and we always support him in that from a CDC perspective. So kind of cool to get to see him play. And here's a quick rundown, and this is not in any specific order about who founded anything first or preference or anything. I've just sort of got a list. So here's your 16 dart players tours: New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, New Jersey, Northern California, New England, Colorado, Pittsburgh, Texas, Ohio, Georgia, Washington, D.C., Philadelphia, Tidewater, Virginia, Indiana, and North Carolina.
That's
pretty
really impressive. Really impressive. Yeah, sea to shining sea, right? Yeah.
It is, as you read that, it really does kind of wash over you that it's now. You know what? Let me see. I think I made a boo boo. I didn't meant. Oh, I did mention. I was thinking Atlanta, but they went with Georgia. I so they were on a list that it is. It has really touched a lot of corners from down to Georgia and Texas and California and Colorado. And I just realized there's a new tour. I don't know if they've played a game yet, an event yet, but they've launched publicly. Dart Players Northwest. So the Oregon Washington region is going to get in on the action. And I'll let you take over that play by play for a sec.
Yeah, that was a fantastic 101 finish from Steve DeVito to steal that leg there and go up 3-2, break Colin's throw. And as we move, toward the middle of this match, it's really, really starting to get good here. Race to 7, so it's a little longer. Colin, not too much pressure being down 3-2, but it's time to get that break back soon.
So I like to joke around sometimes. I'll just share on my social media, and all I say is when a new tour launches, it grows again like a sort of creeping virus across the country. And I will admit, I've been blessed to be involved in some high profile things with the Championship Darts Corporation, and we've had a tour. We're coming up on our 10th year, and blessed to work with the PDC a little bit, and so those tend to get a little bit more of the publicity. But when I sit back and really look at this, that it's 16 plus places that have replicated this, and the success it's had in New Jersey, I really have to be grateful and understand the impact of what this dart player kind of system is about and what it's done. I mean, what better way to really impact the way the game is played and the culture in mainly the states. To be honest, we read off those cities and regions. It's all in the states at this point. Doesn't mean Canada can't get in on the fun. But Canada does what Canada does. That they've got their own systems in place with the legions and so on.
They
But
they they do, and one thing that they've always been ahead of us, in my opinion, is at their weekend tournaments that have existed for decades. They've already implemented long format 501, so they are at least getting the legs under their belt and the experience and the ebbs and flows of long format play. And I think for years I always felt like their players were a little more equipped to you know play overseas and play longer format stuff because they did it every weekend, where we really didn't in terms of with ADO and everything. There's a lot of
mhm.
best of three, a lot of multiple event weekends, and Canada seemed to really have things a little more nipped in the bud and succinct, and already had kind of some long format during their tournaments.
I'd agree with that assessment a little bit. You tended to see some slightly better results from Canadian players when they got the spotlight, and that never meant that there was more or less talent in either country. As you say, that's been the goal of. I mean, it was a developing goal of dart players. I can't say from the beginning there were these major goals and aspirations. I always like to admit it was just, it's what I dug, it's what I wanted to do in New York, and people just responded, right? But as time went on, it was then it became apparent. Okay, well, this is a great way to get people acclimated in playing longer format games, and we'll go into that in a minute. About what people may ask, what's the difference? Why is it different to play best of three, even best of five? And what's the difference if you play best of 9 or 11? And we'll talk about that in a minute. But, as time went on with the Dart Players tours, and then branching out into the CDC, the Championship Dart Circuit, it was apparent that the players that were getting exposed from the US, we all knew the talent that they had. They had the talent. They just hadn't had the experience to, to then be thrust into a moment that a lot was being asked of them.
Right.
They were going from, at the time, local leagues to through some open tournaments into like long format overseas events. And it's, as I say, it was never about their skill or passion level. It was about the experience. So it's been setting the foundation to give players more and more experience in these settings. Dart players tours, championship dart circuit events where players get to a place that they're acclimated, they're comfortable, they've seen that before.
Right, and speaking of comfortable, Colin Rath did get a break of throw in leg 6 to get us back on throw. We're even at 3-3. And he's opened up pretty strong here again. He's on 101 after 15, comfortably ahead as he tries to hold and get a 4-3 advantage in this race to 7. One thing I'd like to touch on and make sure that we cover is how the Dart Player Series. I want to talk about kind of the step ladder, how the Dart Player Series leads into the CDC, and then the CDC can lead into the PDC, and how a player can start from their local city, local area through this program, and through hard work and skill and talent can advance all the way to the world stage, at some point, and what your guys' goals are at the CDC, in terms of, and the success stories, how we've got some guys now that have come through the CDC program that are making some waves over in Europe, and putting their stamp on world darts.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and I'll kind of take that in reverse. We'll touch on that last part. I mean, it's been spectacular to watch the players that have gone over in recent history in the last couple of years, and not only just the way that they've performed on the dartboard, but the way that they've acclimated themselves in front of the camera, interviews, but really just up on either on the big PDC stage or WDF stage or Modus. I have to tell you, out there, the amount of complimentary messages that we receive as a CDC team on those players is a real testament to an honor to the guys that go over and the guys that are still pushing real hard to get those opportunities. Um, you talk to some people overseas, and what's really been fascinating and wonderful is that the depth of the roster is continuing to grow. It's not only anymore that we send over 2 or 3 names, but now you start to creep 8, 10, 12 names, of people that have gone over, as I say, acclimated themselves in a comfortable fashion, played well, and really impressed. And it's not all about Europe. I'll get to that part as well. I want to talk about the CDC and North American part. But there's names now that people on a worldwide basis would know, and that's really a testament to the players that have worked really hard. And we're honored to have worked on a system to allow them to do that. To now, to gain your other point, it's another thing that sort of organically developed over time. Not only
Exactly.
were did we were involved in the top level. Let's see. Let's open up a chance. Let Jim walk you through Colin's outshot here.
Yeah, 82. Going bull first. Single with a 17. And for tops. And he gets it. Great shot, Colin Rath. Another break of throw. That's 3 on the spin now for Colin. And he has moved up 5-3. His match average now sitting just above 78. As he looks to creep toward the semifinals here as we get started on leg 9. Colin throwing first.
So a lot of us involved in the CDC launching, we're also involved in different capacities in darts. The dart players, and also a lot of us are big proponents of local singles leagues. Just the Advanced Singles League of Philadelphia has always been a big influence on us, and as you mentioned, a partner in us bringing some events to Philadelphia, and always a sort of standard that set the bar for a lot of other areas as well, to give players high expectations and high performance levels. So as you mentioned, it really became apparent that now there was a way, as you truly, for a player to come in and play local league on, whatever the hot night might be in your area, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday night, right? To
Mm-hmm.
say, well, I have a real passion for this. I'm doing well. And you know what? The part of the evening, as much as I love the camaraderie of my teammates, man, playing in that singles round really fires me up. So a lot of places you then have the opportunity to go play a singles league, which usually for those folks out there, will give you an opportunity as a player to play a lot more legs. In league you play a handful and whatnot, but you go play in a local singles league, you're playing, best of 21 or a couple of sets, what have you. So the passion goes from advancing from league into those singles league, then to say, well, okay, now I want to test myself against some of the other players in my region that are at a high level or have a high passion level like I do, and that's where the dart players would come in. So every month, every other month, I can play in a long format dart players event. Now, again, another jump up is, well, hey, I'm doing well in these dart players events. I feel confident. I have this really drives a passion in me. Where's the next step? Next step is to look into the championship darts circuit, to go play in that long format, earn a tour card, compete with the best in North America. And look at Colin Rath go again.
Yep. Gonna leave him.
Let's
Leave
let's
him so
get through this
64.
out, and I'll continue to babble.
Yep, 74 for Steve. After that, gonna have a dart at double 16 here. Try to get within a leg. Drifts into the 7.
See, while I work that out, so quickly to capper on that, yes, now a player advances to the CDC. At that point, you now have opportunities to play for a North American title and opportunities overseas at professional dart corporation events.
Right, and I think that's the important part. I think one thing that we've needed here is structure, and for a player, no matter where they're from, to have a roadmap to get wherever their goals are in terms of playing this game. Whether it is to play at Ali Pally one day, or try to go to PDCQ school, or simply just to try to get to the CDC grand, the CDC
Ooh.
Continental Cup.
Colin has been deadly on those tops.
Yeah, he's playing really well. And I think being around, even though he works primarily as an official for the CDC, I think just being in that room and around that high level
Mm-hmm.
darts, and he has a certain calmness, professionalism, uh, very
Look at him
workmanlike,
fill it up.
very
That's
workman.
a 180 for Colin Rath.
Very workmanlike, goes about his business, and he's been winning pretty consistently. He pretty strong season here on the Dart Players Philly Tour, and looking to win that cup today.
So, in a nutshell, yes, we really things have really fallen into place to where a player has a path from playing local darts to playing on the Alexandra Palace for a PDC World Championship. That pathway truly now does exist. And I think the other part of it you wanted to sort of hear about is, from a CDC perspective, we wanted to see what was going on in the landscape around the country. So, we have now for a couple of years awarded an invite for a tour card to the winner of the Dart Players Tours. So the winner of today's Dart Players Philadelphia will get an invitation for a tour card. So that's it's up to them to accept, but that will then give them the opportunity to come on up and play on the championship dart circuit. So it's been an evolving process, but we've always stayed with the support of the Dart Players Tours. A lot of the feedback from the Dart Players Tours has really spurred us to continue that relationship to offer that card invite, because a lot of the tours really say not only is it about competing? Because I've been a stickler, Jim. It's got to still be about every event has got to be about a good long format day, some good prize money. Like it's got to be a good day out. It can't always just be about sort of something down the road. And Alan's about to head on out, so let's let Jim walk us through.
Oh, double 15. Leaves it a little outside. Had to go for it with Steve on
These guys are
65.
playing too fast, Jim. They're too good.
They're both battling, that's for sure. Steve for tops now. Oh, just underneath. So Colin will have a look here. Let's see what he does from 30 if he goes right at it. Yeah, he splits it. Double 12. And Colin Raff punches his ticket to the semifinal with a 7-3 victory over Steve DeVito. And Colin's now in the last four, halfway there. 2 matches down, 2 to go. So congrats to Colin. Congrats to Steve on a top 8 finish and a really good year in the Dart Player Philly series. Next up on the stream, I'm sure they'll be warming up for a few minutes, but our next match on the stream is going to be also top 8 in the bottom half of the bracket. It's going to be Jeff Marinucci taking on John Meade in just a few minutes.
You gonna keep me around for a few, Jim? Or
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have time if you have time, my friend.
Yeah, let's keep this chat for a bit, and then we'll turn it back over for the second match. So I did want to touch on there has been some talk about there. Why it's not just about the PDC. We need to build things for us here in the U.S. and it is. I mean, that is. I feel really passionate about that. And it bothers me a little bit that gets overlooked. It's not just building a pathway to play overseas. That's part of the package. That's the cherry on top of the cake. But we do want to build from a CDC perspective, a circuit that plays in North America for North American players that they can earn good amount of money. We hope that progresses. I don't mean now to turn this into a CDC commercial, but we're thrilled that we're on the verge and working hard behind the scenes. And boy, oh boy, people don't grasp how much it goes into attempting to make this happen. But we're looking at wagering in 2024, so that's going to hopefully give us the opportunity to have more and more prize money increases.
It's only a positive.
Yeah, we want it to be a circuit that is for players here, so they can have a circuit that they don't have to go anywhere. There's enough events and enough prize money where a good percentage of players will do well. So similar, to the Dart Players thing, it's not just about the grand finals, and it's not just about the opportunity to go play CDC. It's about good events on the day. Like if a player comes out just for one Dart Players event, you hope from an organizer standpoint that it's a great day. It doesn't have to be. And Manuch gives us a kiss.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be, it's not about going all the way to the finals. It's hey, I've got an experience, a chance to come out and play one day of great long format, and then you add that connection from event to event, and that leads you to the finals. But we've heard from the Dart Players tours, the directors, that having that opportunity, a tour card, has been very important to them in terms of what they can offer in a final. So from a CDC perspective, we want to continue to support that.
Well, right. It's just another incentive. I mean, for some players, it's probably more important than it is for others. And like you said, there are some players that, even on our tour here in Philly, where they may have played one event, they may have played 2, they may have played 3. And the idea is to give them a good day of darts on the day, so that regardless of what their aspirations are or their level of commitment, it's still a nice experience. I mean, we've 16 guys here that made the finals. I believe looking over Dart Connect last night, there were a total of 64 players that participated. Um, and then, like I said, we have some scheduling stuff every once in a while. We had one event that was not well attended because we had to have one on July 4th, the weekend of July 4th, like July 1st, I think it was, where we had only about 18 players show up. But we had some others where we had rounds of 64. Like we didn't even
Sure.
have to cap it at 32. So we had like, so you know, participation, it goes up and it goes down based on the schedule, based on what else is going on in the city surrounding it.
Yeah,
Uh,
and everybody deals with that. Everybody has the ebbs and flows of that. There's, parts of the schedule that just don't seem to be received well.
right.
And that's just, it's and it happens at every level. I mean, truly, you go from dart players tours to CDC events to even, you see late in the season from a PDC event, they've got a lot of the top players decide not to play. So, everybody has events that are a little subpar, if
Yeah,
you will.
absolutely. I mean, they have guys over there that are top 10, 20 in the world that like skip the entire Euro tour just because it's too much.
Yeah.
so So yeah, it's definitely something in terms of scheduling, in terms of time management that happens at every level, whether it's local, city by city,
Hmm.
or even on the world stage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and you just hope to, as an organizer, that you offer enough events and you get enough participation across the board that everything equals out. That you've got good participation, that there's enough good competition and prize money, and enough money coming in to help cover expenses. Like because at every level, it nothing's free, folks. So you've got people coming out from East Coast Darts to come out, set up, work the day. Organizers come out, time, travel, all of that stuff at all of these events. There's an investment um, from time and financial for
right.
everybody.
And
And
that's
kudos to all of the folks that put these events on.
and that's one thing I like about the structure. In Philly, we do 7 tour events, and it's a minimum of 4 required in order to
Hmm.
qualify for the finals. I'm assuming that the ratio is similar, like throughout the country. I'm sure some tours might do, 8, maybe even 9, 10 events. Some might only do 6. But it's usually about a 50% ratio, I'm guessing.
Yeah, yeah, it'll be generally anywhere from 6 to 8. Most of the tours are near 8, or about 8. And I think yeah, it'll vary from tour to tour on what they sort of put in as a sort of enticement to be able to play in the grand finals. I for a long time was at like the 30, 1/3 percentage. So I
Mm-hmm.
think I a lot would be in New York. We were 3 out of 8. And then, as we talked and we watched things slow down at the end of the year, in the last 2 years, we've upped that to 4 out of 8. So we've increased it to 50. So you're right, anywhere between 40, 50% to qualify
Right, and that seems
for
fair because
for
the
the
last
finals.
the last thing you want to have happen is, for whatever reason, a player has to miss 1 or 2 in the early going in the early part of the year, and then that discourages them from attending
Sure.
events later on in the year because you want them to still be able to miss 1 or 2 in those first few months and still have a pathway to attend the events in the second half of the year and play their way into the final.
Yeah, nobody's making everything. And we
Right.
always know that. Sometimes you do, though. Sometimes you look at the top 16 that have made the finals, and 7 of them have played in all 7 or 8 events, whatever you're offering, and that's awesome. I mean, that's what really helps a tour and really helps you to be able to have the prize money. And every tour is different. Every tour has different. Some tours have some guaranteed money, and other tours have different formulas that they like to use. And pretty much and that's what I touched on earlier. It's an organic thing. As a different dart player tour gets established, it's up to those people. They know their area. I found that out pretty early on. I would give people what I did in New York but New York is such a unique animal in terms of its geography and its player base and all of that stuff that some of those things just simply didn't work in other areas. So I had to really, admit that, hey, someone in a different part of the country is going to have a much better take on what's going to be the enticement to the players in the area to turn them on to this. Because I also have to explain that to a certain extent, you are introducing something brand new to players. You're teaching them and training them a different way to play. Not only the amount of legs, but as you touched on, like a PDC style is, you get drawn to a board. You stay on that board until you have a board winner. There's no board calls. You don't move around the room all day.
It's,
You will later in the day, but initially you stay in a certain way, and it's loser scores, and like there's little twists and tweaks on it
yeah, and
that you really
as
are
a
introducing
from the
a new
perspective,
system.
yeah, and from the perspective of the player, when an event's run that way and there's that organization, you know about approximately how long a match lasts. You know when you're called. You know when you're scheduled to play. It makes it so much easier and beneficial for it to be that way from the player's perspective because you can cater your preparation to basically knowing when your play window is going to be coming up. You're not sitting in a hall waiting for somebody on a microphone to call you to and never knowing when that call's coming, never knowing what board you're going to be on. You kind of know where you got to be and when you got to be there, and it's up to you to make sure that you're ready to go. And it's so much easier to deal with as a player.
Well, we hope so, and I'll touch on that. Give us a little lay of the land here. Who's playing and where have they come from, and bring me up to
All
speed.
right. Well, right now we're in the top 8. We've just started another best of 13 match. We got the 3 seed, Jeff Marinucci from Philadelphia, Quaker City player, and also PSL, which is our Philadelphia Singles League that plays on Tuesday nights. He's one of the driving forces behind that. And his opponent is the 11 seed John Mead, who hails from Trenton. Came to Philly as a lot of players have, led by Gary Yorman, as a bigger and bigger part as the years go by of the Philadelphia scene here. John's a familiar face. He's been around. He plays in the ASL and also the PSL. So Jeff and John know each other quite well. They've played many, many times. So this will just be another battle here to get to the top 4 today.
You touched on something that blew my mind as I watched things unfold in New York. That again was an absolute accident after launching the Dart Players New York tour. By design, it was, if anybody knows, the New York area, we've got the 5 boroughs and then you've got the suburbs a little bit. So, by design, it was, try and get an event in a few of the boroughs in the Bronx and Brooklyn and Queens, and then go out to northern New Jersey for an event, and head out to Long Island for an event, and one up in Westchester. And from year to year, we've got tweaks on that, but that was sort of the idea. You want it to be a tour and go all around, and
Yep.
I always felt,
Spread the wealth, so to speak, as Jeff just wires a double 16. And now John is going to have an opportunity here at tops to break throw here in the first leg.
Let's stay with that.
Little low, double 10 now. There he goes high into the 6. So momentum swings back to Jeff here as he has an opportunity to hold. Looking at double 8. Oh, double 4 now. Outside. All right, so John, let's see what he does here. Is he going to go right at it? Yes, he is. Good markers right on top. Oh, I think he just, it's right
that
next to it.
That looked in.
Yep. All outside. And once again, Jeff with a chance to hold throw here. And he pins it with that too. So Jeff, Jeff,
So to that tour idea, you talked about, you're not only spreading the wealth, which is, what you want to do, because, I felt that if you placed all of the events at one venue, right away you might get some enthusiasm and players coming out. It, to me, that wasn't a tour, that was just a series. After a while it would get a little stale, and you wouldn't have as many people playing from around the area as possible. So, if you did events in different places, you kind of, the early formula was, you had some regulars that really believed in it. So if you were headed up to the Bronx, you brought your, 12 to 16 regulars, and then you would get those local players, those great local players that everybody knew had a ton of talent, but just wouldn't travel. So you'd get those guys up in the Bronx, and you wouldn't see them again. Then you head down to Brooklyn, same thing. You bring your 16 regulars, and you get the 8 Brooklyn guys to come out for the day, so on and so forth. And as you talked about John Meade coming from Trenton and playing a little bit more in Philadelphia, that was this amazing transition that happened in New York. You know, as these players played against each other more often, from the group from Long Island would come in and they'd meet the players from North Jersey, or the Bronx guys would meet the guys from Brooklyn. Friendships evolved, real good friendships, and they'd see each other at the events, and then you'd get those things where, who's somebody from the Bronx is playing down in Brooklyn on the big league night, or the team from Queens just signed the guy from Jersey to come in. All of those politics that come in, but in a good way. People started to play with each other. Then you'd see them to start to travel to other open tournaments around the country, playing pairs together, and it was this just amazing organic thing that really brought the New York metro area together, and it was just phenomenal. And I would hope that also happens in the other regions as a definite sort of side effect to running these long format events.
Right, and John's a prime example. He's taken advantage of his geographical location, being there in Trenton, and he plays in Philly. He's as he hits tops there to tie the match up at 1. I know he's tried his hand at the Dart Players New Jersey at least a few times. I don't know if he's done any DPNY, but he also, being that he's a New Jersey resident, I think he's taken part in the New Jersey State Championships too. In fact, I want to say he won the cricket championship one year. I think he might be the defending New Jersey State cricket champion. Maybe if David Garfinkel's listening, maybe he could help us out with that.
Sure.
But we've had quite a few guys, like, Philadelphia is right next to the Delaware River, right next to New Jersey. So we have quite a few players who live in New Jersey, who play in our leagues regularly, and they do take part.
Of course.
They take part in the DPNJ stuff. They take part in the Jersey State Championships.
Well, it's the same thing here. I'll get some of my little pet peeves out of the way. Even with, say, a Dart Players New York, it's New York, yes, but it's New York metropolitan area, which of course means northern New Jersey. So we always head to North Jersey. Some years more than others, but we're always going to have a presence in northern New Jersey as Dart Players New York. Those players are part of the metro area. So same thing as you mentioned. South Philly. I mean, South Jersey is the regional area for Philadelphia, and it's
right. Yeah, and ask and you shall receive. David Garfinkel has commented in the chat that John Meade is in fact the defending cricket champion in New Jersey.
Bingo, good call.
So one other thing I want to ask is just because you have, I can see just from our chat that, our chat room here that I'm looking at online, ton of people, from this tri-state area, really love you, really appreciate all your contributions to the game, and really miss you. So I would just be curious, how's Texas? How's things going? If you want to just take a back, take a
sure. Thanks for asking.
I mean, how's Anthony Eugenia doing?
I'm doing okay. My family's doing wonderful. I'm a New York City kid, born and raised. 52 years in New York, so you can only imagine how I've acclimated to living, in the Austin suburbs. A little slow, a little isolated for a city kid,
Mm-hmm.
but it's worked out. It's been nice. My family is happy. It's a wonderful little area, and I moved away for a lot of personal reasons. So it's worked out okay. In terms of darts, I mean, well, overall, I obviously miss a ton of New York, and I always enjoy that I'm lucky enough to get a chance to come back. I'll be back in for the Dart Players New York Grand Finals on December 16th at Beans up in the Bronx.
Oh,
So that'll
excellent.
be great to yeah, exactly. I'll get in for a couple of days and sneak in a couple of good slices of pizza and a nice
Mm-hmm.
chicken parm here and there and all that good stuff. Now, as you can imagine, you said something nice there. That I appreciate the people that have enjoyed what I've done and the support that they've given me, and I will be ever so grateful for the people of New York, Connecticut, Long Island, Westchester, Jersey, and Philadelphia for what they did for me in that region and continue to do and help. It gave me a launching point to go on and do the championship darts circuit stuff. So it's just been amazing. So of course I come down and I know some folks down here, and since I'm a little bit out of the region and it's just I haven't played on a regular basis, I do get some folks down here saying, hey, you've been here for a while, how come you haven't come around? And I've dipped my toe into one or two Dart Players Texas events when they come through Austin. Mr. Connolly Litton runs those,
Oh,
and
excellent.
we've sort of, and as you can imagine, there's always like, you know, inquiries, what I'm doing, so we let it on a little bit I think it was last weekend. He was in Austin. I went down and played, and Jim, they were going good in the warm up board, but boy, oh boy, game on. I can't do it anymore.
Yeah,
Um,
that's
but
we
I
all
am
feel
going
that
to
from
be
time to time.
involved. I'm going to be involved a little bit next year. Dart Players Texas is going to kind of regionalize a little bit. Connolly Litton, up to this point, has run events himself in the Dallas area, down near Houston, come into Austin, go into West Texas, and he's done that all himself. And he's done an amazing job. But now there's a little bit more help in the area. Russ Lizak is down in the Houston area. Russ is going to be taking a little series outside of Houston. Connolly's going to stay in the Dallas area. We've got a little thing going on a little out west, and I'll be helping to run a few events in the Austin, San Antonio area. So Dart Players Texas is going to sort of increase, and we hope that increases participation in those little regions, and then we'll sort of build a little system. Connolly's real excited about it. Um, so I'm getting more and more involved in the darts here in Texas, and I'm still
That's
involved in a big way in New York with Erin and David as my partners now. So still involved, and
that's excellent to
just out here in Texas though.
That's excellent to hear. Getting back to our match, Jeff just wired a double 14 for a would-be 121 finish, and he's coming back to the board looking at 28 to try to level this match up at 2, and he gets it. So with that, a break a throw, and we are back on throw, and I think we've had 4 breaks a throw in the opening 4 legs, I think. So interesting beginning to this quarterfinal here. I just want to update before as we go forward. Other quarterfinal being played now. Rory has opened up a 2-1 lead on Jamal Pegg. And in the top half of the bracket, we did see Colin Rath defeat Steve DeVito 7-3. Also, Mike Campagna defeated Mitch Sadie 7-4. So our first semifinal at the top of the board, which will be next on stream after this, is set, and it'll be Mike Campagna versus Colin Rath in what should be a fantastic top 4 match.
That is going to be a slobber knocker.
Yeah, and one of the things we spoke about it briefly over text last night that I wanted to touch on with regard to Mike. Mike attended 4 of the 7 events this year on the Dart Player Philly Tour, and he won all 4. So in the year 2023, he's got a perfect season going, and if he can win 2 more matches, um, of the 16 cities, I'm not sure if that's ever been done before. Regardless of whether or not it has, he might not be the first to do it, but if he does get it done, it's going to be an amazing accomplishment either way. Because I was looking back at the event history, courtesy of Dark Connect, last night in preparation for this, and he beat a lot of quality players during the 4 events that he won. He has 2 victories over Jeff. He has 3 victories over Rory. He never really had an easy road, and he's put it all together and found a W every time he stepped to the line. And he's got 2 more left to see if he can finish the job.
Absolutely phenomenal achievement, like you said, if he can pull it off. And you did quiz me about, have you heard of that happening before? And I'd have to go back in and see.
Yeah,
Off the top of my head, I don't recall.
I mean,
only in that we've had obviously some severe talent in New York. Led by obviously Jim Widmeyer and a couple of Ryan Vanderwhite and so on. I don't want to keep going, so I don't want to leave anybody out. But in a year, even those the great talent there, I can't recall. Joey Lanall won 4 this year. We look back, there were another couple of years where I think Jim won 4 one year, but I would hazard a guess that in those years when anybody won 3 or 4, those were the only events that they played in. But if
well, Connor Martin just said on the chat that he believes that Widmeyer
I
has
see
done
that, yeah.
and that's certainly possible. If anybody's done it, the first names that would have popped into my head, obviously Jim from New York, perhaps Leonard Gates in Texas, because he dominates whenever he plays. Maybe David Fatum in the early days of the LA, or Chris White. I'm not sure, but I was just curious as to whether or not.
Sure, and exactly from a New York perspective, I can see that. Because when Jim was cruising, Jim was Jim. Jim was a beast. Jim had a gear that was tough to handle sometimes. So he would be selective. He would come out and make his, make his event
firsthand. There were plenty of DPNY tour days, especially in those first couple years, where I felt like I was cruising, and then that semifinal draw happened to, it seemed like every time him and I both made the top 4, we drew each other, and he would go on to give me the rest of the day off.
Ouch! But I recall. So we saw Nooch there pick up his third leg in leg 5,
edging out in front. These guys are still a little bit in the feeling out stage here. We're still on throw.
So yeah, it's up to debate, but like you said, regardless of whether somebody's done it before, in and of itself, this year in Philadelphia with the fields that Philadelphia can produce, that's an amazing achievement. But he's got to cross the finish line, and he's he's in the semis, and he's going to have tough competition in front of him. So we'll see. So a lot to still play for and a lot to watch here with East Coast darts and the Dart Players Philadelphia Grand Finals. 2 little things from me that I see in the chat that I want to, keep an eye out for, info on Dart Players New York. I'll be in town. We're going to be covered by Eagle Eye Sports. So if you want to see the Dart Players New York Grand Finals, what kind of surprises we've got, keep an eye out for that. And a shout out to the 2-time back-to-back Dart Players Tour champion, Connor Martin, in the chat there. So appreciate him being around.
Another tough customer, a guy who, after Jimmy went down to Florida, you guys have been blessed with the trifecta of guys there. You got with Vanderwhite up there, and Connor Martin and Joey, really, taking the reins, and keeping the DPNY as one of the premier tours in the country.
Compliments to, yeah, absolutely. The field has stayed strong. The competition has stayed strong, and um, yeah, we always, you have to give Jim his due in that he set the bar for the other players to say, hey, if I want to be a DPNY champion, this is where I need to get to, and that was, you know inspiring for some, and demoralizing for others, and that's sort of where you go with that. The people who have it in their heart to get there.
Yep, absolutely. And John has set himself up with a 36 remaining as Jeff looks at 50 here to open up a 4-2 lead and get the upper hand here in this semifinal. 16 leaves it inside. So John's going to have 3 here at double 18. Try to even the matchup. He gets it with the second dart. So here we are, 3-3. Another competitive quarterfinal. Currently, Rory continuing a strong play on the day. On the other board, he's up 4-1 on Jamal. Currently averaging at an 84.24. So strong darts from Rory as he tries to make his way into the semifinal. And the winner of that match will take on the winner of the match you're watching right now between Jeff and John.
And it should be said, my partner here, your lead play-by-play today, is himself a two-time Dart Players New York Tour champion in Mr. Newman.
Mm-hmm.
He just goes,
Well, it's actually a pleasure. I mean, due to scheduling, I wasn't able to participate at all. I didn't get a chance to play in any of the Dart Player Philly events this year. Sometimes being a mailman and working most Saturdays sucks, but I'm very happy that Matt was kind enough to ask me to do the commentary here, so I could still be involved, and it's given me a chance to chat with you here for the last few minutes. So I've enjoyed that as well.
I'm digging it. I'm digging it. I got a little bit more in me, so we'll stick around and I'll see if I can get through the end of the match here. Where, speaking of, here's a little twist, Jim. You asked me how Texas is going. I never really experienced this in New York. My next door neighbor has been smoking meats all day, so we've got, in a little while, probably about top of the hour, we're gonna head next door. Got the garage open, football on the big screen TV, and a bunch of smoked products.
And hopefully for your sake, you live downwind of this neighbor. So
you open up my front door, it smells delicious.
Yeah, that sounds fantastic.
All sorts of pork and beef. I hear they're smoking potatoes, mashed potatoes, and I don't know what that means, but I just want to eat it.
Right. As John Mead cleans up a 46 there in 2 darts, and he goes up 4-3. Yet another break of throw. I think 6 of the first 7 legs have been breaks of throw, and John now throwing to try to go up 2 legs here as we get started in leg 8, and he opens 140.
Here's to David Garfinkel in the chat. We mentioned him earlier. DJD. Troy Colin saying hello. I know how much Troy was involved in getting a lot of this great stuff kicked off in Philadelphia, and
Troy was
back in the great state of Texas as with me.
Yeah, he was another guy who integral part of the dart scene here in Philly during his years here. Also, like John, like Gary Yorman, came to us via his involvement in Trenton.
And yeah, Gary Yorman in there.
And we all wish Troy well in Texas. I can see he said he's planning on trying the Dart Player Texas circuit next year. So good luck to Troy as he does that.
And I just got a text from my daughter. Food's ready, Pop.
Uh-oh. All right. Well,
I
in
said
that
I'll be
case,
there. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
as John Mead filling it up this leg. 66 left after 12 darts as he looks to try to open up a two-leg lead here on Jeff.
Trying to beat the Eagles. John's trying to beat the Eagles.
Yeah, nice set. Okay set up there from John. He's got 32 left. He's definitely going to come back. Double 8 now. Double 4. Oh. All right, well, that's a bust. He's going to go back to 32 unless Jeff can pin this 155.
It's on.
Oh, just a little high on the second dart. 76. And back up top, strays into the 5 there. I think he threw that one with a little disappointment still running through his veins.
There's a marker. Oh
John,
no,
yeah,
other
John
side.
can't clean up the 32. And another opportunity for Jeff to even up the match here. From 70.
Deciding where are you going, Jim? What are we, 17s or
Well,
13s? Are those your choices?
If it's me, I'm going 17 every time. I always take the cricket number. Jeff does that as well, but I can certainly see why guys go for the 13. Oh, just high on tops there. And John will have another opportunity to extend his lead. Double 4. Can't get it done.
Oh, things are getting dicey here.
Yeah.
Pivotal leg 8.
Yeah, they are. And sometimes these choppy legs, yeah, these are a huge momentum swing if you can win one of these choppy ones. And there it is. So many times a guy who wins a choppy leg comes out feel with a little resurgence and starts the next leg well. So we are even up at 4. Now basically just a best of 5 for
Best of 5
for a spot in the
So-
semifinals.
I hate to leave you before the match is finished, Jim, but I'd say
I
about another 5 minutes.
Well,
and then I'm going to head on out. The family wants to go down and eat.
totally understood. They can't keep a man from his barbecue for too long.
Well, oh, and I know I'm talking to a Philly stream. So, but in case anybody is peeking in, that I shared this on my personal page. So if anybody from around the country is peeking in, I really want to compliment. I can see the room in the background. One of my favorite rooms in the entire nation. The Advanced Singles League and the other groups that play there in the Columbia Social Club. And what an amazing room. All those boards that you see there back there, folks, it's not board number 2 and board number 5. They've all been bestowed with Philadelphia greats. So you can.
Yeah, it's in a transitional phase currently. Where
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well just some of the signs are being redone. So right now the signs are not up. But
okay.
You're correct in that. All the boards are. What happened is we now have more than 16. We have 16 boards in the room. We now have more than 16 players who've been given the honor.
Sure.
So what we're doing is we're in the process of getting. What's going to happen is players are going to share a board. One will be up top. One will be on the bottom.
Very nice. I figured you were going to head down to the. It's now the Newman Aki or something.
No.
We name boards when they Akis.
There were thoughts about naming Akis. There were thoughts about doing different things. But I think what's been decided is that the once the signs are redone,
Sure.
The signs are also being redone because there were a few misspellings over the years.
Oops.
Some players who were from the early days and the founding days of Quaker City that with some longer last names. So we had some typos. So all that's going to get fixed and everything's going to be redone. But when it does go
That's
back up, it's going to be a player on
that's
top of the
awesome.
board and then a player's name also underneath.
Absolutely. And all jokes aside, it's not about, exactly where the names are placed and all that kind of stuff. It's about the amazing sentiment that is conveyed by that. That's what strikes me and strikes others about it. It's just it's a lesson that I learned very well and was always impressed by Philadelphia, and I tried to carry that into New York and also nationally of knowing your history and honoring the people that really not just achieve things but were good darters and good human beings.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, instrumental in terms of teaching the game and growing the game, even if it's just here locally. People who are good people who, when you read their name and you think of them, it always brings a smile to your face. One of the cool things that the first year the CDC came through was seeing some of the CDC
Yes.
experienced veteran players like look around the room and recognize names from you know doing battle with certain guys. Like I remember Larry Butler and looking around, recognizing some of the names. And oh, I
Oh,
played
sure.
I played this guy in the '90s. I played this guy.
Yep.
Like I was
Oh yeah, I mean to
I
have a
really geeked.
snapshot of Larry Butler throwing on the Ray Fisher board, but
Yeah.
little snippets like that were just awesome.
Right. For some of us like that are playing now, like that was kind of a geek out moment of
Hmm.
seeing some of the best players in North America like look around and be impressed with what we had done with our room here.
And I remember messaging Anthony at one point that it's I remember what it was is you had a crew come up to New York and win the New York City Cup, and I was just so impressed by the Philly way, which was set forth by that group that you guys have honored, from the '70s led into the '80s and so on and so forth. It's Philadelphia um, carries on. It's not just tradition of high level play, but it's tradition of expectations of the way you carry yourself, and the way you perform locally and nationally. Like Philadelphia doesn't have its reputation for nothing, and a good reputation at that. And those players, led to you now walk in that room and you're playing on an O'Brien board and a Newman board, and that's phenomenal.
Well,
And
that's
those names lead to the next generation. And look at that.
yeah, that's high praise coming from you, sir. We really appreciate that. Yeah, John Mead just even the match with a 56 finish after squandering an opportunity to go up 5-3. Jeff had turned the tables and taken a 5-4 lead himself. But now John's got it back even, and we're still on the seesaw here.
It's
We're now in a best of three.
and it's a perfect. It's 3:30 my time. 5-5. I've yammered over this game. I've enjoyed it. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed our chat a little bit, but I tend to get a little lengthy. So these two guys deserve Jim to bring them home and finish up this amazing quarterfinal. So I'll obviously give you the last word on our little chat, Jim, but I greatly appreciate you inviting me in, Matt Forkin inviting me in as well, the great people of Philadelphia inviting me in, and it's been a blessing and an honor to sit in here with you for the Dart Players Philadelphia 2023 Grand Finals.
It's been our pleasure, Anthony. Very happy we at East Coast Arts are very happy that you could join us for this. We wish you and your family nothing but the best in Texas. Go enjoy some barbecue and some football, and I'll take these guys home. Thank you very much for your time, buddy. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Jim. Bye bye.
All right, bye bye. All right, can't get more even than this. 5-5, both players sitting at 240. And a 45 from John. Jeff will look to try to pounce on this here. He strays into the 1. And into the 1 again. Still pretty even. John from 195 looking to set things up. That's a great first start. Good follow. Looks like he's got 114 land. If he does, he's going to stay there, I would think. 81 left. Drifts into the 7. Is that a 121? Yes, it is. So 74 will be the target for John next time he comes up. Jeff with just a 44 there. So John now has 6 darts. Oh, he drifts into the, wow. Drifts into the 555. So 45 left. See if he stays up there. He does. So he's going to leave himself 40. Jeff now to try to apply pressure. 140 will do. That's a ton. So now John. And he gets it. 6-5 lead. Clutch dart there from John Mead. And a hold of throw. And now Jeff. Or no, I'm sorry, a break a throw. Yet another in this match. John now with the darts for the match. Jeff needs to break to force a decider. Game on. Just a 43 open. Mm, 60 from Jeff. Matching 60 from John. Unlucky bounce out there from Jeff, but he does get 1 in the triple, so he's got 80. He's got a little bit of a leapfrog here. He's up 37 points. John right into the triple. Slides in the 5 there. 85 scored. The time is right now. These guys have been so even the whole match. It's been so back and forth. But right now, I think the pressure is on Jeff because he's got to match, not just match John, but do one better as he tries to break this throw and force a deciding leg. So 104 points down. He's got to be thinking 2 triple visit. And he gets it. 140 from Jeff. So now John from 213 has to be thinking setup shot here. Decides to stay upstairs and he gets into the 1. Momentum swings back to Jeff here. He's got the darts now. 177. He'll have 6. Finds the triple with his 3rd dart. And he's going to have 96 when he comes back. John to apply pressure to that 96. 60 only. So Jeff from 96 try to force a deciding leg here. Oh, a setup on the 16 is good. Jeff will have 40 left. John 112 for the match and a place in the semifinals. No. 47 only. So here we go. Jeff from 40, 3 clear to push the score to 6-6. Working it down. Gets it on the 3rd dart. So clutch. So clutch. And this match has been even the whole way. It's very fitting it's going to go to a 13th and deciding leg. Winner looking for a matchup with Rory Goodfella, who advanced 7-2 in his quarterfinal against Jamal Pegg. Rory averaging just shy of 80 at 79.2. Numbers wise, he's been the most impressive so far today. Let's see if he can continue it when they get to the next round. Jeff open with 60. John follows in kind. 441. Every dart so important right now. Nice shot there. Solid ton. Let that third one go away a little bit. Still got 100. You can score 100 and force the other guy to do more. That's a huge advantage. John with 55. Jeff with a real chance here to put his nose out in front. Great second dart. Oh, another unfortunate bounce out. Still 80 scored. John needs to find a treble here. Slides into the 545. So Jeff now with a 80-point lead on the darts. Great first. And he backs it up. Nice 140. He's going to be on 121 after 12 darts. And with John failing to hit the trip 20 there, he would needed a 180 to get himself to a finish. Just a 45. Jeff has 6 darts here from 121 to advance. 101 left, doesn't have to go for it, and he doesn't. Smart darts there, picks the trip 19 beautifully to leave himself on 24 after 15. And he's in complete control here. John needs 140 just to get a look at it out, and he gets it. So if Jeff falters, John will have a look from 160. Double 12. 2 just outside. Oh, and a disastrous third dart there as Jeff leaves 15 from 160. Looking to set up now. 85. So Jeff from 15. Are we going single 7, single 3, single 5? What are we doing? Single 7 for double 8, double 4. And he gets it with the third dart. Jeff Marinucci, just as John Mead was coming into the position to be able to strike, Jeff does what's necessary, wraps it up with his third dart. Congratulations to both guys on a fantastic 7-6 match. Nice flex. You haven't won anything yet. You're in the semifinals though, and you will be playing Rory Goodfellow next. Congrats to John Mead on a fantastic DPPHL season. So far, stream-wise at least, that was the match of the tournament, 7-6. Quick quarterfinal recap. Mike Campagna, 7-4 over Mitch Sadie. Colin Rath, 7-3 over Steve DeVito. Rory Goodfellow, 7-2 over Jamal Pegg. And as you just saw, Jeff Marinucci, 7-6 over John Mead in a thriller. So our first semifinal will be our next stream board match. It'll be the number 1 seed, Mike Campagna, looking to complete an undefeated season on the DPPHL tour, and he takes on the bearded man, Colin Rath, the number 5 seed. Should be a great semifinal. Okay. I'm not 100% on the format final. Okay, Forgan's telling me he believes it's best of 17. So as the players make their way over and start to get warmed up, this is the time to grab a drink, grab some food, settle in, come back with East Coast Darts in a few minutes as we bring you the first semifinal of the 2023 DPPHL Finals. Be right back.
All right, we are underway here. Colin has won the cork. He will go first in this semifinal match. First to 9. Grudge match from last year's grand final. Mike Camp, Colin Rath. Both shooters have been warming up in the background, but they've been sitting for quite some time. So first few legs I expect to shake some rust off, get reacclimated. And just like that, Jim Newman's back from his smoke break. Which means I'm going to shut up and move over and let the guy that's way better at this than me do it. I would have bought that too, by the way.
Okay, dart fans, we are back.
Breaking every 7. Well, Brittany told me 5, so I don't know what we're doing.
Okay. Nice 140 there from Michael. He is on 199 after 9 darts. Colin's still trying to find his way a little bit here. Chance for an early break of throw as Mike creeps toward the outshot. Good 133. It's going to be 66 after 12. Solid scoring from Mike to start this match. Colin was checking on that second dart, see if he had a bull option there. He did not. Misfires on the single. Needed a single 16 there to set tops. Instead, he goes single 16 on the third dart. Left himself 32. So, little sloppy setup play, which you can get away with in this leg. Still going to have a look here for an early break. And he gets it. So, 17 dart start from Mike Campagna. And he leads 1-0 in our first semifinal, race to 9. Players will, with the longer format in the semifinals, players will be breaking at least once, maybe twice during the match. Still unclear on exactly when those breaks are going to happen. I've heard after the 5th leg. I've also heard after the 7th leg, so I'm not entirely sure. But we'll bring the action as it comes. Mike's second dart there, catching its flight and deflecting violently down into the single 20. Colin with a good switch, didn't like that lie on the first one. Comes up with 84. And Mike right back in a trip 20. Little wayward on the cover shot there. Comes up with 82. Colin with a chance and leapfrog here with a big score. Switches to the 18. Singles that. We're pretty even here. Mike's starting at the 19 from 259. Smart play. Smart play also to go back up to the 20. Nice clear bed to aim at. Scores 124, leaves himself 135 after 12. Colin needs a triple here to get a finish. 60. So Mike will have 6 darts. See what he does here. Smart darts looking 19, looking for a 95 to try to set tops. If he has that luxury, he would have had to start bull there if Colin was on a finish. Just 41 though. Chance here for Colin. Set up play from 200. Oh, unlucky third dart. Just caught his flight. Colin throws a nice long dart. Looks like he caught the flight there. Double 18 for a 2-0 lead. Doesn't get it. So Colin from 119. Tops. Just goes high. So Mike from 18. Is he splitting or going right at it? Goes right at it. Single one for double four. Gets it. Solid around the board finish there from Mike to double his lead to 2-0 and hold his throw. Darts can be fickle. Momentum swings like crazy when you get down to those outshots. That's where you find out a lot about a player's mental toughness. I think both of these guys are up to the task. Nice 140 from Colin. From Mike. Colin with a chance here to run ahead. Starts 18s. Didn't necessarily have to, but he did. And a 58. Mike looking to put a dent in that 341. And player starts, finds its way into the 5. And we're pretty even after 9 here. $60 from Colin, so Mike will get 6 from 246. See if he can get himself into a finish here with the setup. Needs a triple to do so, and he gets it. So it's a big ask, 146, but he will be coming back. Colin now to set up from 184. Squeeze it in the middle there. Great last start. Solid ton for 84 left. Mike looking for another. And a double 16. Oh, just wires it out. The 146. That would have been a backbreaker early. Colin from 84. Great first start. Give himself 2. Oh, just outside. And momentum swings back to Mike here. 32 for a 3-0 lead. Double 8 now. And he doesn't come up with it. So Colin, chance to cut the lead in half here. Double 12 is the target for a hole to throw. And he gets it right in the middle. Great shot from Colin. Love the professionalism there. Taking an extra second, compose himself. And Mike, after missing a chance to win that leg, is right back at the triple. Open him with a ton in leg 4. Nice answer from Colin. Good switch to the 18 there as he didn't like his lie on the 20. 134. Just 60 from Mike. Chance for Colin to take the advantage here in leg 4. And he fails to back up the 134 with anything too powerful. 60. Nice adjustment from Mike after the first start. 5. Gets himself 85. Colin from 307. Tough rub into the trip 5 there. And the last start strays into the 1. There's a hiccup from Colin. Chance for Mike to take advantage here. Just 41. Tried to lay that dart light right on top. That third one, I think he got a little lazy. He'd be disappointed with that. Lost it into the 1. From 271, Colin decides to stay up. Rather than go 19 and look to set up the bull, he goes for the 20s. gets 81, leaves himself 190. But Mike with just a 45, so he's on a finish. The big fish. Colin will look to pressure that, trying to cut his score in half here. And he does so to a T with a 95. Not to be on the 170 for Mike. He does get a ton though, and he's sitting 70. So we go bull here. Yes, we do. Single 20 leaves the. Did what he did last time, took his time, just got a bad rub there. And he's going to have 41 left. As that third dart straight into the 9. Mike from 70. Triple 10. Tops now. Not to be. So Colin will get a look here from 41. And neither player can find tops with their last 2 darts. Mike leaves the dart at double 5 a little low. So now Colin from 40. Try to even us up here in the early going at 2 apiece. And there it is. So both players still in the 71. Low 70s averages from both through 4 legs, despite some sloppy work on the doubles. Oh. And he got me. Nice 177. Perfect opening from Colin. I zoomed in on the 20, assuming he was going to go there with his third dart. He pulled the old switcheroo. Great first dart. Dips a little low. We've seen a few guys start with 4 perfect. Nobody's gone to 5 at this point. And Colin comfortably in front with 229 after 6. Mike with just a 43. If Colin keeps the scoring going, he can put himself comfortably ahead in this game, but just a 30 there is going to leave him on 199. And just 39 there for Mike. So Colin's still in control. 199 looking to bring it down. Should have his choice of what he wants to do in terms of setting up. He elects to go up top. 99 scored, leaves himself on 100. And he will have six from there. And Mike found the triple for the first time this leg. And he's still back on 221. 80 left. Colin sets up with 3 single 20s. He'll be back for 40. Try to take the 3-2 lead. And Mike does apply some pressure there with a 125, leaving himself 96. First start, no messing around there for Colin Rath. And the players do play on in leg 6. So let's just assume that the break is going to be after leg 7. 100 start for Mike. These last 2 legs going into the break, they can be big because they're going to stay with you. Throughout the break period, you're going to have to, you're going to have time to think. So This match could be 4-3 in either direction, or Colin could be up 5-2. Very important, especially for Mike here on his own throw, get himself even, and have a chance to go to the break ahead. He threads it right in the middle there nicely for a ton. 217 from Mike after 9. Colin looking to answer, and he's doing so. It's like 140. Colin sitting 181 after 9. Pressure on Mike here. Just 2 single 5s and a 20. That's not going to get him to a finish. Colin with 6 darts here from 181. Try to extend his lead to 4-2 and get another vital break of throw early on in this match. Just a 59. 122 left. Mike will try to pressure that. At least wants a triple to cut it in half here. Tried that same when he goes high and low there. He likes to thread that third one right in the middle there, but he fails to do so that time. Okay, 2 single 18s. See if he stays there. Now he decides to go to the bull. Interesting choice. 61 scored. Cuts his score in half. Mike, 67 left for the bull. And just like Colin a couple legs earlier, goes into the 9. Colin will have a look from 61. 57. Oh, and that's a big mistake. There goes off the board. So he'll be sitting at 40, but Mike will have first crack here to even this match up. Double 16. Gets it. So costly mistake there from Colin. Missing the single 17 would have given him a dart to extend his lead. Now we find ourselves tied 3-3. We'll see who can nose out in front as we head to the break. Just a 28 open from Colin. Possibly still feeling the mistake from last leg. And Mike letting him, applying the pressure there. 140. Hopping on the mistakes. Colin finds a triple. After this one. It's just a 60 there from Colin. 343, so he's unable to leave a finish on his next visit. Mike trying to take advantage, but only 60. So he's sitting 256. Nice pick there from Colin on the third dart as he switches down to a 19. But Mike's still with the advantage, even though Colin had to start this game, but he can't do anything with it. Just a 32. And now Colin with an opportunity to try to big score and give himself a finishing opportunity next visit. Great third dart. Great third dart to leave himself 164. And Mike with a 60 will also be on 164. Both players sitting 164 after 15 darts. Colin makes the move down to the 19 after that second dart blocked him with just 59. Mike deciding to go the other route. Starting at the 19, trying to trip it twice and go for the bull. Squares himself off even at 100. Colin from 105. Single 5 for tops. Just high. And now Mike from 100. We'll leave the camera here. Triple. Single. One darted double 10. Leaves it wide. And now Colin. He's been pretty solid on tops today. He's hit it quite a few times. Gonna have to hit it one more time. Try to take a 4-3 lead. As you can see by the averages there, 74.5, 74.3. 3 legs apiece. Doesn't get much more even than this. And Colin noses himself out in front, holds throw, and he is up 4-3. And Chalker walks away, so we will take a few-minute break here. Please stay tuned for the rest of the semifinal from the DPPHL 2023 Grand Finals. Stay tuned. All right, we are back. Um, Semifinal action resuming. Mike Campagna and Colin Rath, one seed versus the number 5 seed. Colin in front 4-3. We're basically on throw here. And we have another guest, folks. I have sitting in with me the chairman of Dart Players Philadelphia, Mr. Mike Semi, the guy who is, along with the rest of the people on the committee, is responsible for bringing the Dart Players Tour to Philadelphia. So, welcome, Mike. How you doing?
I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Uh, let's start as we watch the action unfold. Like, we'll pay attention to the darts. I just have a couple questions for you. We're at the end of year 2 now. We've had, this is the culmination of a second season. Started last year, big 180 there from Colin to leave himself on 131. And Mike's answer is a ton. So Colin will have 6 darts from 131 for an early break of throw here in session 2. As I was saying, we're at the finals here, second year. Um, in your guys' mind and the mind of the committee and you yourself, where are we at? Like what have we seen over the first 2 years? Are we happy? Like where are we at right now with Dart Players Philadelphia?
Overall, I think we're very happy. First year, we ran 6 events. It was kind of rushed together. I worked a lot with Anthony Genia during the holidays and kind of got this off and running. I introduced it to the committee at the Philly Open, and within a couple months, we had the tour set up. We only had 6 events in year 1. Turnout was really good for the first 5. The last one, year 1 wasn't as great, but then again, cool.
That's twice he's done that. Twice I've zoomed in and he switched to the 19.
But the last event, year 1, didn't have as many shooters as we would like, but it was kind of pretty much set. Timmy O'Brien took year 1. Year 2, we added the 7th event, and again, same thing. It was really good turnout throughout the year, leading us to this point. So I'm very happy with the growth in the first couple years. Our goal was always to get to 8 events, like the DPNY in New Jersey, and I think we're pretty much there. Our turnouts have been very, very good.
Right, and that'll no matter what city you're in, that kind of thing where there's a drop off in at the last event. That's normal because when certain players realize that they have a spot locked up in the finals, don't necessarily have to go, they're already qualified, or others know that they can't qualify for the finals, they don't have enough events. It's typical for the last event to the guys who need it show up.
Right. But it's a shame because the people that aren't eligible or maybe haven't been out to any could use as an experience that, okay, there's no pressure on me, I can't do anything with it, get some experience, and then go out full blown for the next year on the tour and hit more events. But we'll figure out a way to get the attendance up in the last event. But you're right, it's across the Dart Players Tour all over the country. I follow every group, and I see it. The last event is always the lowest.
Yeah, as we're talking here, a very strong start to the second session from Colin Rath.
He's firing.
Yeah, 6-3 now. He's opened up his lead against Mike, and it's pretty important for Mike. You don't want to get out another break. It's only a race to 9. Colin's already at 6, so very imperative that Mike holds his throw here.
I mean, Cam's playing well, but Colin is just outscoring him. He's hitting his doubles when he's getting to it.
Yeah, the scoring phase, he was great the last 2 legs.
Yeah, very good.
So, with that said, what are we looking forward to? What are we expecting in year 3?
Year 3, we have challenges. Listen, in Philadelphia, we are probably the busiest community in all of the Dart Player Tours. So we are trying to figure out a way where we can keep the calendar going, get to 8 events. And
right, there's always going to be a scheduling issue. Philadelphia, we got so many Philadelphia, we got so many events, so many Saturdays already taken up. That was the biggest. That was the biggest challenge, I think, for you guys when you guys decided to get started in creating this tour. Is okay. Where do we put the events? Now, you want a big turnout, so they have to be on a weekend. You can't put them like on a Wednesday night. So plus they take a few hours, so weekends are pretty necessary. And there's only so many weekends, and there's only so many days open on the Philadelphia Dart calendar. Where they're open and available, and a venue's available. Most of our big events are also halls, so there's also some scheduling conflicts with the venue. The venue may, this room gets rented out for parties. So does the Polonia. So does the Oxley gets rented out for events. So most of our bigger venues, as Mike pins a 60 there to get within 6-4. Most of our bigger venues, also double as non-dart venues. So you guys have that extra challenge. Is the goal to try to do 8 in 2024, or are we gonna just go for 7 again in a final? Like, where we think?
The goal is definitely go to 8 this year. I feel that we can do it. We've talked about different things about maybe doing a weekend tour where we have 3 events in one weekend, doing 2 in one day on a Saturday, or doing Saturday, Sunday. We're looking at a bunch of different options right now, but the plan is definitely to get to 8 this year. At the very least 7, but the goal is definitely 8.
I'll tell you what. If just to throw my 2 cents in, if you have an open Saturday at a venue and there's no other events going on, I really think having an afternoon and then an evening event is actually a great idea, because you'll have quite a few players who will just be there for the day. You'll have quite a few players who will just be there for the day and will make both events, but you'll also have players who can make either or. They can make the daytime event, they can make the nighttime event. I really think that'll be good for your attendance.
I agree, and that's what we're looking at. When I was talking to Brittany, who I named tournament director, I was talking about, would it hurt us having 2 events in one day? Would the players from the first event not want to wait around if after they lost first round? Would they not want to wait around for 4 or 5 hours potentially to get
Mm-hmm.
to the next event? Would
Right.
they leave? So would the turnout for the second event not be as high? Again, that is something we are definitely looking at.
Well, they can also leave and come back.
True.
Um, that's also a possibility. I just think, and with how crowded our calendar is, I actually think that's a really solid idea. I hadn't really heard that before. I don't think it works on a Sunday because you don't really want to bleed into Sunday night. But for an open Saturday, I think that's, even if you only did it once throughout the year, just as a trial, just to see, hey, how does this go? But
Yeah,
I think
it's
you might-
definitely in the cards this year. I'm pretty sure me and Britt have worked that out where we are going to have either a double on a Saturday or a Saturday Sunday to try and squeeze in that 8th event. But I mean, our calendar, like you said, you've been around, it's full.
Sure.
Yeah,
It takes about an 8-person meeting to go over all the different events, all the different calendar things. As Colin checks out a 63, nice clinical out there, extends his lead to 7-4 as he inches closer to the final here against Mike. So we got 4 guys here in the semifinals. Seeds 1, 2, 3, and 5. Arguably the best 4 players we have made it. I think there's certainly an argument for some other guys who got knocked out earlier today, but looking at the way all 4 are playing, I think this is going to be a pretty exciting, finale to the year. So I guess you got to be pleased with that.
I mean, I'm definitely ecstatic that these guys have made it to the finals. They're first of all, forget the dart game for a minute. They're high class. high quality guys off the board. High character, great guys on the board. You probably don't want to play against them. I mean, they're lethal. They're scoring, they're doubles, they're killers.
Yeah, all four guys we got left. These two here, Mike and Colin, Rory and Jeff coming up to follow this. Really couldn't have asked for a better Final Four. We got a really solid Final Four.
I agree. Tough to beat. I mean, this Final Four is open to anybody. Any of the four can win it.
Yeah, agreed. It really is anybody's game. They've all come up with some. I think Rory's been really impressive today, but it's a match-to-match kind of game.
Yep.
You know, so
Cam's down 3 legs, but you can't count him out. He's still throwing a 75, and he's capable of turning it on to a 90 at any moment. So this match isn't over.
no, by no means.
Oh, bad bounce out.
That is unlucky there from Colin. If that had gone, he would have been looking at a single to
Yep.
set up a 1 dart out. Oh, 51 left for double 16 to try to claw it back to 7-5, and he gets it.
Wow. Big dart. Big
Yeah.
dart.
Clutch
His
one-
composure is unbelievable.
Yeah, clutch 111. That's one thing I'm impressed about with both of these guys. They both have a sense of when to pause and take an extra second, like Colin just did right there. The 111's kind of a kick in the bells. So, you know, he's starting the next leg. He takes an extra second, gets himself right, doesn't just run to the line and throw a 45 in.
Yep.
You know, starts the leg with a 60, but I still like his demeanor. And Mike, with the confidence of just burying that 111, comes right and buries his first dart. A triple starts with 100.
That's what I mean. You know, 7-4 down. Colin looking at going up 8-4. Cam comes back, and it's a different match now.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, off topic, I'm reading the comments on the side here. People are saying they can't hear me. Can you guys hear me now? Timmy, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, it's the second microphone, so we're not 100% sure we got the volume exactly right. When we had Anthony in, it was through a different connection because he's obviously in Texas.
Dana, can you hear? All right, thanks, Dana. Appreciate it.
All right, so as far as
Thanks, Tommy.
let's go back to the beginning. You know, I've been friends with Anthony Eugenia since day one of the time he created the DPNY, and it's always been in the back of people's heads. That was in 2011, and for years, it had been something that had been at least preliminary discussions were had in Philadelphia about, hey, can we do this? And it was like, well, no, it's not the right time. We don't have room. We don't have room on our schedule. We're not sure we've had the interest. There's already players playing in the DPNY from here. Like, would it be successful? And at some point a few years ago, if you want to talk about the people, the group you got together, and who's still with you, and what it was that finally, Colin just wires the tops there for 64, but he's coming back because Mike's not on a finish. If you want to talk just about what clicked at that moment in time that said, okay, now's the time. Like, we're doing it here in Philadelphia.
You know, that's pretty interesting because one of the first things that Anthony said to me, Anthony Eugenia, that is, when I first reached out to him, was, as Colin Pins double top, was, are you sure you guys can fit it on the calendar? So that's funny that you said that. You know, I said to Anthony, I was pretty certain that we could get it on the calendar. Cam kicks off with a 180. Kid just never quits. So I was looking at the calendar, looking at all the events that we had, and I would message Anthony. It'd be like 1 o'clock in the morning. We'd be talking about this, and I really just felt that, you know what, now is the time. Like, why wait? Our calendar's only going to get fuller, so if we don't jump on it now, then the Dart Players Philadelphia may never happen. So, like I said earlier, me and Anthony were talking over the whole course of the holidays. The Philly Open was right around the corner. I went to the ASL board, at the Philly Open, and I said, look, now's the time. I think we can get it on. And Brittany, who was at the meeting, was like, and among other people, was like, yeah, let's do it. I started looking at dates, and I said, we can do this, this, this. And next thing you know, 2 months later, we had our first event. I had the full support of them, and that's how we got here. It was now or never, basically, because we keep adding events in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
So, and which is great. I'm telling you, we're the busiest community, I think, out of all maybe North America. I'm not trying to be cocky or conceited, but it's the truth. We are almost every weekend we have some type of event.
Well, there's definitely always something to do. The longest break we have is over the holidays, and we even took December and threw the Fisher Cup in there. That gets 4 different leagues involved.
One of the best events of the year. I look forward to it. December 16th this year.
Yeah.
Be ready,
and
everybody.
Our weekend tournament, the Philly Open, falls in early January, which always leads right into the start of the spring dart season for all the different leagues. So yeah, there's not really any extended period of time
and not to mention the events outside of Philly that our community wants to get to, like Quinn for the Win. That draws a huge following from Philadelphia. Darts for Dreams is another one. So we got to look at those weekends too, because we're not trying to take from any of those events. So
right. And Mike here, sitting 40, looking at double top, and he gets a leg back. So we're 8-6 now. Now, the task is far from done, because Colin, are they going to go to break? It appears that they're going to go.
Yeah, I just heard him say break.
Yeah, it's a quick break. Yeah, as John Mead was chalking, he walks away. So it's 8-6. And to set the scene here, this is for the first berth. This is the first semifinal. And the winner of this match.
We see you, Quinny. We love you. Miss you. Hope everything's well.
The winner of this match is going to have the first berth in today's final. Colin's only one leg away. Mike did just get some momentum back, but now the break comes. Is the momentum gone? Is this a chance for Colin to regather himself? He's only one game away. He's played a great match. He's averaging 78. Mike's right behind him, averaging 75. Mike still has to win 3 games in a row, and in 2 of those legs, Colin's going to have the darts, including this first one coming up. So
I'm on the edge of my seat for this one.
Yeah.
This is going to be a hell of a ride towards the end here.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Like, if I was thinking about it from the player's point of view, if I were Mike, coming off just playing really impressively in that last game and winning, I'm almost mad about I'm not happy about the break, because I want to just get right going again.
You think about it. It was Colin had a chance to go up 8-4, and then Cam takes out the 111, and here we are at 8-6 now.
Yeah.
So
yeah, Colin did get a leg digger to get himself to 8 and in between, but now does that, it's only a couple-minute break, but does the momentum that Mike just created for himself in leg 14, does that go away?
Yeah.
Colin has a chance with his first 3, since it's his go. He's got a chance to put up a nice big 10+ start. Yep. and really put the screws to Mike here in the early going.
Man, this would have been a great final. No matter who plays in the final, it's gonna be great. But I'm on the edge of my seat for this one.
Yeah. So Colin, from Colin's point of view, you have the darts here in leg 15. You don't want to let Mike gather ahead of steam. I think granted you have the advantage of having 3 legs to win 1 from, but if I'm Colin, I want to wrap it up right here. I want to come out and have a good first 9, put myself on a finish after 9 darts if possible, and take this match home and book my place in the final.
It's the hardest leg to get is the last one, especially in big matches. Way better than I do. I've only been in 1 final in my career, but the last leg, Hardest to get.
And if I'm Mike here, I think what you have to keep in mind is you can't complete the comeback in one leg. It's you got to win 3, but you got to win 1 at a time. So it's just win this one. It's break, hold, break.
Yeah.
It sounds a lot easier. It's easier said than done, but that's how you have to go about it. Just one game at a time. And if you're Colin, you really only want there to be one more game.
Side note: Aaron Quinn mentions that Quinn for the win is February 3rd. For those of you in the Northeast area, February 3rd is Quinn for the win.
And that is the dart tournament. They also have a golf outing at some point during the year too, right?
I believe they do.
It won't be the golf outing in February. That's got to be the dart event. All right, and here's the fist bump, and we're ready to go. Game on, leg 15. Colin Rath throwing first.
He's got such a smooth stroke.
Yep. Fair.
And consistent.
Solid ton start. Mikey comes firing right back.
These boys are good.
Yeah, it might come down to which guy can get that 2 triple visit first. Ooh, both his triples slide into the 5, so just a 50. Chance for Mike to pull leapfrog right here. Great second dart.
Those who didn't know, and I'm one of them, Gary Yorman just mentioned that Darts for Dream this year is April 27th, but it's at a new location this year. It is at Bordentown Elks. For those of you that attend it every year, Bordentown Elks is Darts for Dream this year, April 27th.
A ton from Colin. I work in Bordentown. I know where the Elks is a pretty convenient location. It's right off of 206.
Okay.
And a beautiful 180 from Mike. He's sitting 121 after 9 darts. Colin trying to get himself into finishing range. Can't thread the needle. So Mike will have 6 from 121 to get that all-important first break. Still went 17.
You think he would have went bull?
No, I don't. I think he was just going 17 more out of reflex than anything else. He does come back and get the 60 on the 3rd dart to leave himself 24.
Colin, last 9 darts.
Yeah,
Uncharacteristic of what he's been playing all day.
double 6 now. And he gets it. So we are at 8-7. Mike will have the advantage of throw here in leg 16. Game on. Average is almost dead even, both in the 77s.
That was not the start Colin wanted coming out of the break. Can't with a break on a throw.
Michael was able to not let the break affect him. He kept his momentum. And now it's up to Colin to try to break back and win the match, or for Mikey to hold his throw and force a decider. Great 140 start from Colin. Ton answer from Mike. So Colin has wrestled the darts away after Cam's first turn. Didn't produce much. Backs it up. That's the key.
Absolutely.
You're not going to go 140, 140 all the time, but to back it up with another big triple round, keep the pressure on. Mike is a 99. And we're pretty even, but Colin has the darts. 1 triple to leave a finish. He go for the 17. He's trying to leave a 170 there.
That's unlucky, just short.
Yep. So now Mike, with Colin on 204 and the way they're playing, if I'm Mike, I'm thinking, all right, I got to at least get to a finish just in case Colin hits a big score. And he should.
He should be on a decent out here. Oh, wow.
That's 100, so he's on 157.
Doable.
He's giving himself a crack. And Colin to apply pressure to it.
I was going to say, Colin kicks off with a ton 40 here. Save the turn there.
Yeah, save this turn there. 78. Mike from 157. Now he's looking to set up. Threads it.
Pretty much pressure on Colin. He's got to take this out.
Yeah,
I don't see. Can't miss him from here.
We look at 19.
Good start.
Another there. Leave double six. No, it leaves the bull.
What do you think about this step back? You think it helps or hurts?
I think for him it helps because it seems to be his style.
Oh,
Just outside.
I mean, you can't get any closer
So now
without hitting it.
57 to force a decider. Tops. No.
Oh, wow.
So Colin Rath now, here's a, which way does he go here? 1, 5, 17, 9. So many options. He goes with the 1. 12, good marker. Oh, just on the wrong side. And the tension mounts. And there's a perfect first
We're
start.
going all the way, folks.
We are going all the way. Mike Campagna with an improbable, well, I don't want to say improbable, but a
Only fitting. We're going all the way.
hold a throw there. And second stream match in a row that we've gone to a decider. It's weird to at the 140 start.
Wow.
Yeah.
Way to
funny
sneak that in there.
Thing is, before the match even starts, before there's any tension, before there's any pressure, you throw that shot at the bullseye to see who goes first. And you never really know if it's going to matter. And sometimes it means a lot.
It meant a lot right now.
Yeah, as Colin starts 140, has a 100-point lead plus the darts. Just a 60. Had a chance to really give himself an advantage, but left the door open for Mike.
Way to save it there.
Yeah.
Cam was in real danger of falling majorly behind in this leg.
That's a great first start. And another 140.
Wow.
So Colin is on a 161 finish after 9.
Colin just his eyes in this leg. He just looks
Incredibly laser focused.
Yes.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better.
Yep.
Like, look at that. And he's all around that triple, even when he misses it.
45 is still going to leave on 116.
Yeah.
Nice combination finish. The best Mike can do.
He's got options on that too.
Oh, not now.
Nope.
That's it.
He can't leave it now.
Can't leave a finish now.
Uncharacteristic of Camp. Not that at least the big number there.
6 starts from 116. And he blocks 20.
Yeah.
Very unhappy with that dart. The way his darts lay, he really doesn't have a good view of the trip now. So from 96, see what he decides to do. He knows he has another turn. Yeah. 95. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had shot that second dart at the 16.
I was thinking go different number because you know you're coming back.
Yeah.
You just set it up.
16 would have been the way from 96.
Because now Cam hits a 121 here.
Mike definitely needs to leave an out. 81,
he
loses
will.
139.
Hard out. One of the hardest, I think, in
Yeah.
all of darts, but
So
doable for him.
from 76.
Get a shot at tops. Shot at tops for the match. Oh, my God.
That's 139. And kind of has to go. Look at the people behind. Look at the
Yeah,
crowd.
they're all watching this.
They're nervous.
Even the bartender came out. It's open bar, everybody. Help yourself. The
All
bartender's in here.
All he can do is set up, and he
Oh,
does.
he does. Pressure.
Both players sit 40 points away from the final, but Colin has first crack.
Again, this is where the bull comes in handy.
And this is where he's doing what he does. Taking his time, getting set. And there it
He
is.
got it. What a dart.
We talked about that difference in styles, and for some guys, I think it is good to just get up there and throw that right away, but not for Colin, and not for a lot of other players. I think for Colin, the way he plays, it's better for him to just gather himself, get set, and make that attempt. So um, the perfect season is over. Mike Campagna, 4 events during the season, 4 victories. Comes up just short here in the semifinal at the grand final. And noted and esteemed CDC official, Colin Rath, is 1 victory away from being a CDC tour card holder. Next up on the stream, Rory Goodfellow versus Jeff Marinucci in the second semifinal. I want to thank my guest, DPPHL Chairman Mike Semi, for joining us. Continued success as we head into year 3. Go ahead down and enjoy the culmination of year 2, and all the best going forward, buddy.
Thank you. Watch out, DPPHL Season 3. It's going to be better than ever. I got a new board, new committee. Britt's ahead of the chair, or ahead of the tournament, I should say. I'm still the chairman. It's going to be a great year. We are looking to add some locations. Right now, we've been using the same ones. We're looking definitely for other bars to kind of expand, maybe hit the South Philly area. But we're growing. We'll be DPNY or better very, very soon.
All right. Second semifinal coming up in just a few minutes. I'm going to leave the camera on so that you guys can watch and see as the players get here, start to warm up. We see Rory's arrived already. And I'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Dave Aaron, I'm just saying, Philly does everything bigger and better than everybody. We're coming. Year 3, we're coming. Love you guys. By the way, Dave, who is theme? Semi?
All right, we are back here for the second semifinal. Number 2 seed Rory Goodfella versus number 3 seed Jeff Marinucci. Guys are bowling up now. Let's see who starts.
This is a rematch of the final of event number 6, I believe.
Yeah, and that went Rory's way, right?
Well, Nooch blew his load early in that semifinal, threw all his best darts then, and
Yeah,
never got going after.
That's right. Yeah, I did when I did my research to see who had played who and the head-to-head stuff. I only did the first round matchups. So these guys both went pretty far in quite a few of the events. They could have played more than that one time, but that's definitely the most recent one.
That final I'm talking about, the semifinal match. Nooch played Mitch Sadie. And, I mean, you can fact-check me. He was in and around like an 87 average for that entire match.
Right.
And then down to like a 63, 64 in the final. So he just...
And Rory has won the start, so we're underway. Unlucky second there, bouncing out. So just a 35 open. So far today, I mean, if you look at what the guys have done, Rory's kind of leading the way. 78.46 3-dart average over his first 2 matches, and a very impressive 93.82. He's kind of lapping the field on his first 9 statistics, scoring the scoring phase. So of course he's open 35 and 41, but he's very natural. He's a rhythm player, and once he gets into that rhythm, he is deadly. And there's a 140.
Well, you just found out firsthand this summer.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player. Acquitted himself well in his first Premier League campaign over the summer, making the semifinal playoffs, losing out to Mike Camp there, the eventual champion. There's a 134 as he went bullseye there from 165. Was looking to leave himself an even 140. He's still on a finish though at 151 after 12, and that's with 2 slack turns in the beginning. Once Rory gets a real beat on things, rhythm player, like I said, and
but he's beatable. He's very beatable. If you can make him uncomfortable and get him out of his rhythm, it almost becomes a little too easy. Well, not for me personally, but shooters of your caliber.
Well, with a player like Jeff, I've always said that Jeff is one of the more consistent scorers that we have in the city. His strength is tons. He's one of the more prolific ton hitters. He doesn't hit a lot of 180s, doesn't hit a ton of 140s. Over the course of this match, I would expect Rory to have the advantage in terms of the big scoring. But as far as ton plus turns, Jeff can stay with anybody. And Rory there, double 6 for a 72 finish and a hole to throw in leg 1. Jeff to start leg 2. Like I said,
Jeff's real strength in darts, though, is the 3-dart combo finishes. When he starts hitting those, he's dangerous. The 97s, the 126s, things in that range. When he starts getting going on those, he has the power scoring, but like you said, he's not a ton 80, ton 40 guy. But
not really, although he's starting this leg with 2 consecutive, a ton 40 and a ton 80.
It's commentator's curse right there.
Yeah, he's making us look bad. But I think Jeff's real strength is consistent tons, consistent 95s, 95 plus scoring to keep the pressure on the opponent. He's very, very good at that. Although he's really dialed in this leg. Deciding what he wants to do. He decides to stay. Just leaves 81 after 9. Rory with just 60. So Jeff will have 6 darts here comfortably from 81 to try to even this matchup at 1 apiece.
So some slack darts here early.
62 goes triple 10. And then goes single 20 to leave himself double 16. See if Rory can put any pressure on the 32 that Jeff has remaining. These are two of my favorite guys to watch play. for different reasons though. With Jeff, I love the consistency. I love the fact that he keeps the pressure on his opponent. And with Rory, it's more. It's it's I don't, showmanship's not the right word, but watching him play is it
Composure.
when he's in rhythm, things just with the strokes so natural, the scoring is up there. It just looks so pretty. It's like a symphony. And Jeff pins double 16 to go 1-1. Rory in leg 3 right at it, wasting no time. The opposite of Colin, like we talked about the last match about Colin, um, you know, take his time and compose himself before a big shot. Rory, I think is more of the school of we're not thinking, we're just going up and we're doing it. So, if they should happen to meet in the final, that would be a.
Oh, you're talking methodical versus rhythm, and it's
Yeah,
they're
interesting.
totally different throwers.
Yeah, interesting contrast in styles there. Jeff, one of the few players that stands parallel, like even, both feet even.
Free throw shot.
Toward the Aki, yeah. Little different stance, he's straight on. Rory, the more traditional, right foot forward.
I'm still trying to figure out how Nooch throws like that.
I've seen other guys do it in the past and be pretty decent players.
But it's like the Happy Gilmore, like you've taken a swing at the driving range to try.
Oh, of
I
course,
mean,
yeah.
still makes no sense.
Jeff and I had a fun time. We were playing in a PSL Summer League, and our match was essentially meaningless in terms of qualifying for playoffs and stuff. We were both already had our spots locked up, so we decided to play our entire match where I imitated him and he imitated me, and we had a blast. It was kind of fun.
Still trying to figure out how you throw.
Now,
It's like a 3-arc pivot before the dart comes out.
I didn't have it figured out. I don't have my own throw figured out either, but Jeff seemed to nail it pretty good. Nice 133 from Rory. He's going to leave himself on 100, and he will come back for that to attempt the hold throw. Jeff from 195. Not much pressure. Leaves 152.
Still something.
Just wide of the double 10 there. Jeff from 152. He's going to be looking at that triple 20. Try to bury them both and leave a double 16, which he likes anyway. Not going to happen. Stays there to leave 92. Rory for double 10 and a 2-1 lead. There it is, second dart. So 23 dart, not great, but solid hold from Rory there. So 2-1 lead on throw. Still in that, if you look at it, it's like it's a heavyweight fight. Still in that feeling out stages. They're both throwing jabs.
Both have been a little slack against the darts so far. This is Rory's second time to do it, but
yeah,
protecting their throw, they've both done so very well.
Right, yeah. Neither guy's threaten the other guy's throw really, although just as we bring it up. Oh, and Jeff right back. 140.
Big kiss there. That was right in.
Let's see, Rory's got to back that 140 up. Just 55, so advantage to Jeff after starting 95, 140. Chance to put some distance between him and his opponent.
The amount of money I'd give out of my wallet right now to skip Mariah Carey in this moment.
Just a 36.
The switch is almost effortless.
Right.
You can usually tell by a guy's elbow where he's going. It's Rory's. Every dart comes out the same way.
Natural ability, and Rory's an interesting case because in talking with him in the past, he's told me while he was still overseas as a kid, he played a lot when he was young, and then 140 to leave 88 there. Took like a hiatus, like through like his high school and early adult years. And then just recently, a few years ago, got back into the game and and he certainly made a lot of noise here in the Philadelphia area. 68, bullseye, just
Oof.
wide. All
Even
right.
if you want to call it hiatus, he took a little hiatus for a year here after
That's,
that
that's
Mr.
true.
Philly.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true. Yeah, he really made a lot of noise in his debut at Mr. Philly. Jeff just misses the bull. So both guys trying to clean up a 25. Rory will have first crack, and it's for a break a throw. Double 8, double 4. There it is. 3-1.
I'm turning it over here. So a guy that knows more than I did.
So 3-1 Rory. And here he goes on leg 5 with the start. Opens with a 99. Mr. Forkin has excused himself for a moment, so we're going to bring back in Mike Semi, who has a few more details to add to what we were talking about with the Dart Players Philly tour and going forward. I think he wants to talk a little bit more about the committee that's in place now and where they intend to take things in 2024 and going forward. So, hey, Mike, good to have you
Hey,
back.
Thanks for having me back. Yeah, the match ended before we were able to get to it. Looks like we got a good one going here. Averages are similar. 3-1 Rory. So we got a little bit of time. Yeah, the new board, I still remain the chairman, but, Brittany is the tournament director and Matt Forkin is on the board. Our committee members are Frank Watkins, Jake Spingler, Kevin Adamson, Kevin Eggenoff. We're so glad to have Eggy back, helping run events. He always did such a great job with Quaker City. Glad to have him back. And Philomena Rose, who's always around, willing to help out. I think this committee is really committed to helping grow Philly darts, and especially the DPPHL. And I think we're going to have a really, really great year. Me and Brittany were just talking about, what our plans are for the next year. And, Anthony, I listened to you when you had Anthony Genie on earlier and how you guys were talking about how, this is a gateway all the way over to the PDC. Anthony's right. It's not just about the PDC. It's about North American darts too. And this is a way to get onto the CDC circuit. You can easily just travel wherever the CDC goes and sign up and go through the qualifiers or try and get to the main event. But this is a direct shot. You win this, you're a tour card holder. Well, you get the invitation to be a tour card holder. It's up to you whether you accept it or not. And I think our board has that in the mind with growing Philly and getting our name out there. We're known for running major events, but there's a lot of talent in this city. I don't see any reason why any of our 4 finalists tonight can't do what Stowe Bunce is doing or Danny Lauby has done, which is making a name for themselves on the CDC tour and beyond. And it starts with the DPPHL here. And I really think our board is capable and will put us in a position to have that happen.
Well, that's all as a player, that's all anybody can ask for is, a place to play, a chance to play, and a, roadmap to get where they want to go. And different players have different goals. We've seen some people come through not only the Dart Players Series, but also the CDC and make a lot of waves in World Darts.
Yep.
There's a bunch of guys doing it right now. Gates just hit a 9-darter the other night at Modus.
Very impressive.
Danny's playing in Lakeside.
He's doing well.
Jules is the second year on the PDC tour has really acquitted himself well as a.
Baggage just completed his second year. He did pretty well out there on stage. Beat Adrian Lewis. He's played well.
So many of them. We have Spellman's going to be in the World Championships. So is Stowe. So is Dave Cameron. But even if your goal isn't to go there, I think it's one of the points that Anthony wanted to drive home. I think that's true. If you're taking any player, regardless of what their aspirations are, even if it's not to go beyond their own city, and you're giving them a great place to play, and that's what it's really all about.
And we're gonna look at all kinds of ways. Yeah, I was just about to mention that. I see Connor's comment about the 2 for 1 in one day.
He's right.
He's it's a bullseye. I mean, and that's literally what Brett and me were just talking about. Doing 2 tournaments in one day, and Newman mentioned earlier, have a day,
Good dart.
day qualifier and a little break and then an evening qualifier. And I think that's one of the areas. Wow, what a shot!
What a shot from 102 after a slack first start. He bangs
and
triple
Rory goes
double
right
bolt.
back to the line. He's ready to throw. No drink,
Yeah.
nothing. He's
No,
all business right now.
it's all business. I think it's like we're seeing the different guys play the game the way they're comfortable, and that's the way Rory's comfortable. I think he's a young kid. He's like 26, 27 years old, and I think for him it's about getting in a rhythm and not thinking too much,
Yeah,
and not letting anything get in his way, and just letting the natural ability go to the surface and guide him through.
I mean, he made a name for himself the first year in Philly. He came out and lost in the finals of Mr. Philly his first year.
Yeah, that was
Unbelievable.
That was quite a run, and then I think what he did last year was even more impressive. As impressive as that was, that first day he just showed up and was like a bolt of lightning, and then Mr. Philly final day, making it all the way to the last match.
Yep.
That's impressive. But I think what he did after kind of going away for a while, he either work complications, maybe a little bit of burnout, maybe a little too much too fast, and trying to meet the same expectations all the time. After a little quiet spell, he came back and through the program of the majors, qualified for the Premier League, played so well in the Premier League, got to finals, has really embraced the DPPHL this year.
Yep.
He was there for 5 or 6 of the 7 events.
Yeah.
Finished second in points. Here he is with 3 players left contending for the title, and he's up 4-2 in the semis, and that's a great finish.
He's just firing.
No,
right
it
now.
isn't a great finish. It's 77. He was going high for the single 20 there, and he hit a double. Jeff from 141.
Can't go out now. And Connor, stop that. You love us. That's why you come down to Philly Open. You come down to Philly events. You love us. Stop it.
All right, that is 30 points for Jeff, double 10 for Rory.
Dave, your comment is what, one of the things that we are constantly talking about. We don't want people being tired, having to wait around or whatever. But our calendar is just so full. So we're looking at all avenues here. All avenues.
Jeff falls just short of the triple 18 there. He's not going to get a dart at a double. Rory kind of made a mess of the 20.
Yeah, a little bit.
He's left himself 7. Double 2. Just short, looking for a 5-2 lead. So Jeff to pull within 4-3 at what I think will be a break after this. Not positive.
It should be if they follow everything else.
Right.
After 7 legs, it's been a break.
Oh, misses the big number. Only going to get 1 at it. And that hurts. Took a dart out of his own hand. And now Rory will have an opportunity. Good marker. Whoa, misses.
Wow.
Comes back and gets a double 1.
Rory's pumped.
Like we've been talking about. No hesitation.
Yeah.
Like,
Just
okay,
throw.
I just threw a terrible dart at the double 2 on my second dart. Like, waste no time, just
I
eyes
kind of
target.
love that he doesn't step back. He doesn't think. He just throws the dart. I feel like stepping back and thinking about it makes you think about it more, and you wind up throwing a wayward dart.
It's true, but I really do think it's player to player, and it's whatever your mentality is. I think you see it all the way from the pro level all the way down. Some guys just get up and go. Some guys, like Rob Cross, takes a while just to get to the line every time he's on a double, and he's incredibly successful.
He is.
Where you got another guy like Michael Smith, just more like a bulldog. He's just gonna go get it. I think PDC level, there's probably more guys like that than there are like Cross.
Yeah, you're noticing more and more they are stepping back,
Right.
taking their time, wiping their hands, or whatever the
They're-
case may be.
Those shots are so important now,
are.
especially because the sport's grown, and those shots and those legs and those matches are worth money now. So, 5-2 after the first session here in a race to 9.
Rory takes like a 45-second break and he's back to warming up.
Yep,
This man's focused. He's poised.
he is. Now it's Jeff's throw when we come back. Knowing what Rory's capable of when he gets into a rhythm, I think it's even more imperative for Jeff to stem the tide here, pardon me, and get the win in leg 8, get this match back to 5-3, because if he doesn't defend his throw here, we do not want to go down 6-2 with Rory starting the next leg.
He goes down 6-2. I don't see any way back for him. I mean, not that he's not capable, because Jeff is a power scorer. He's definitely capable, but I don't see any way back if he's down 6-2.
Well, that's the
We're in
thing.
a race to 9.
We've been kind of waiting. We've been kind of waiting for like the Rory title wave, and it really hasn't come yet. But he's still up 5-2. So if you think, okay, Jeff still may have that to deal with, because Rory does tend to get in a groove, so say 2, 3, 4, 5 legs in a row in a long format match. And if he's able to do that, I mean, he only needs 4 more to put it away. So Jeff, with his throw here, as we get back to action in leg 8, I think it's going to be really important that he wins the first one square away. Lets Rory know that this is still a match. You don't want Rory to be able to run and hide.
And listen, Jeff's definitely that guy that can come out here and kick off with a 12, 14, 15 darter.
Well, he had the one leg early on where he started out 140, 180. He doesn't necessarily need to do that, but he needs to start out.
He needs to be impressive. He needs to let Rory know, hey, I'm still here.
Exactly.
Make Rory think about it a little bit.
Exactly. He needs a solid turn backed up by another solid turn. And a 41 start, not what he was looking for.
I mean, at what point does Jeff start thinking about, this might be out of reach now?
I don't think he's going to panic, but the pressure obviously mounts with each game that the other guy tallies, and the closer he gets to 9, the pressure's going to mount. So I think it's very important that he gets this one on the board, gets back to within 2, especially because it's defending his own throw. Just a 64 from Rory. So
Jeff's still very much in this.
absolutely.
Here's his first triple in 3 turns.
And follows
Big
it up with another.
140.
Yep.
Big 140.
Now he has to, when he comes up next turn, he's got to back that up. And when I say back it up, I mean at least 100, or at least an 85, at least something with a triple. But back it up. Nice 100 leaves him on a finish, which would be ideal.
Great
It's a
start.
great first dart,
Oh, wow.
great second dart. Fills it up.
180.
Fills it up beautifully.
You just said it.
Yep. That's exactly what the doctor ordered for Jeff. Yeah, and then, Rory's kind of, lining it up for, he knows he's starting next leg. Jeff from 80. Ooh,
Oh, close to a
Very-
bust there.
very dangerous. And he gets it. That would have been interesting if he had busted, because then
Great.
Rory would have had an opportunity
play.
to set up and pressure the 80.
Comes out of the break, throws a 41, and still finishes with a 15 darter. That's impressive by Jeff. Good
Yeah,
job.
Very well done. That's exactly what he needed to do. And now, all right?
Now you ask the question of Rory.
Yeah.
How
well,
can you answer?
Uh,
Jeff's firing right now.
Yeah, it's time. You don't want to, you had a 5-2 lead. You don't want to let it get too crazy. Because you dump this leg, he's got the throw to even it up at 5. And you're basically even. Yeah, the momentum swings are great in darts.
When it's in your favor.
Yeah. When you're watching, it's great no matter what.
That's true.
The 47, that's not much. Jeff kind of in control here. But as quickly as we're in control, quickly the other guy gets control.
Yep.
$60. Jeff from 285. Big score leaves a finish. Not to be. Just 60. So, all right, still advantage Rory. The scores are basically even. That's a 64. He knows the math. That's another thing. From playing as a kid all the way through, he's able to play at that rhythm and that speed because he does have the math. He knows what he's doing.
Yep.
Doesn't have to stop and think. And even though he had left the finish, unable to do much with it. And now Jeff from 144. Well, now it's in setup mode. Great second dart. 64 left. Does he go 16? Yes, he does. So he's going to come back with 48 if Rory can't check 127. Starts up top. Right thing to do. Does not get a triple, so he won't get a dart at the bull. And now Jeff from 48. He's going to be down here somewhere. Single double combo. There it is. Great darts.
Yeah, nice and easy.
Great darts.
No messing around there.
No messing around. Didn't get too near that triple 16, which you don't want to do. And now we're 5-4. Now Rory did win the bullseye, so he still has that in his pocket. But right now we're even. Right now we're on throw. So just that quickly, as much as Rory looked to be in control at the break, you know, they're dead even basically right now.
Yeah, but coming out of the break, Jeff has definitely turned it up a notch.
Yes, he is.
His average has climbed. He's almost, he's over 4 points higher than Rory. And he's picked up the last two legs. And he's firing.
Yes, he is. He looks very confident right now. Looks like he's got more of a sense of purpose, a sense of confidence when he's up there. And now, as Rory's seen his lead evaporate, and it looks like it's going to evaporate all the way right now, made the mind switches. You go,
Save the turn with a pick there.
Now you know you're in a match. Now it's time to dig deep and get your throw going for the second half of this
Big
thing.
turn there. He needed that, but he still trails.
Yeah,
This is Jeff's leg all
see
the
what
way.
he does here. 19, yep.
At least
Now
6 from here.
back up top. So leaves a 120.
Shanghai.
A 100. It's a nice score, but it's not going to leave a finish.
Still leaves him 6.
Jeff Marinucci from 120. Great first start.
Just gonna go look at it.
Wow. Yeah. All right. Well, he
Might need binoculars from there.
doesn't want to get too frustrated there. He's still on 20, and he knows he's coming back.
Yeah, he's got pressure.
Yeah. That was well
59
done.
left.
Double 10. Taking his time.
Wow.
Well, and now I mean, just in these last 3 games, we've seen the momentum swing back and forth
Yes,
3
the
or 4
pendulum
times.
is definitely swinging.
That's why I love this game. It's a crazy game.
I love it when I'm on the receiving end of those good ones, but when that happens to me, but you're right. It's what makes this game great.
All right, so after Rory opens 58, Jeff answers with 81. And Rory's back in the triple 140. Going to leave 303 and give him a chance to look at the 19 next visit, I'm assuming. 6-4. After we looked for sure like we were going to be 5-5.
Yep.
Big difference.
And where's downstairs?
Yep.
Back up.
Yeah, Only had to throw one down there. So
Yeah, true.
I think he might have not liked the lie, because I think if he liked the lie, he probably would have stayed. 95?
Not an out.
No. No, we may see Jeff take a
Rory's
cut.
on an out now.
That he is. He's left 144. Now, interesting for Jeff here. I think this is a shot for 19 all day. He doesn't elect to go that way. Because 520s doesn't
Silly.
leave you an out. 519s does.
Jeff's better than that. I don't know why he would do that. I think that's just frustration.
Threads the needle there. We've seen a lot of guys do that, where they
Yeah.
go high, low, and then right in the middle. So Rory's going to come back for 44 to try to extend his lead to 7-4.
It's almost like Jeff's losing his head now. He lost that leg.
Double 8. Same target.
Oh,
Outside. But he's going to be back.
yeah, he'll be back. Jeff will just want to put some pressure on here. Jeff just looks frustrated. He's just throwing his darts right now.
Which is like a leg and a half ago. It looked like he was, he's going to get another shot as Rory busts 16.
Right, which means, Jeff, the last turn should, he's just throwing his darts out of frustration.
Right.
He could have left himself better.
And it's funny because a leg and a half ago, it looked like he was in control of things. And there's the set to leave.
Yeah, that's the turn he needed last time.
Yep. And there it is, 7-4. That's happened so often. Once the heat's really on, the guy gets it.
Yep.
7-4. Jeff's go. Now, at this point, we're three legs away from the second break. If Jeff doesn't kick it into gear, we might not even get there.
Yeah, I agree.
Needs to back up that ton. There it is. That's not him. That's a little lazy there. Another 100 from Rory. Staying in the game. They just legged. It's a really important hold for Jeff. I mean, Rory's 2 legs away. Jeff gets broken here. He's going to be in real trouble. He's going to have to rattle off 5 in a row.
Wayward dart there.
Yep. Yeah, Jeff really needs this one. That's a good second dart there. And give it a buddy, as they say. 140. Leaves himself on 80 after 12. Nice solid game with the darts.
Looks like we're going 7-5 here.
No triple needed to get a look at a 15 darter. A little high, but he'll be back. Now Rory looking to collect a little rhythm, maybe even for leg 12 when it says go. Right now he's in a position where
he's got 6 from 40.
Yeah. Rory's also in a position where all he has to do is hold the rest of the match.
True, very true.
And Jeff does get leg 12, very necessary. So we're 7-5, and Rory wastes no time. And he's 121. 125, I'm sorry. So now, I mean, Jeff is going to need to find a couple breaks to win this match. Beneficial to try to get one of them here, but Rory's not making it easy as he's open 125.79. And Jeff needs a 140 here. Stay on par with him. At just a 60. Chance for Rory to really take control here. There it is. Great
I
darts.
mean, Rory's looking at a 12 darter right now.
Yep, possible. And he doesn't need it.
You don't need it. Even with a 180 here, you can't leave it out.
That's exactly right. Yep. So from 157, 19, and it's
Oh
off.
my God. Wow. What a look.
Right? But in all honesty, I think that was a bit of a like a safe miss.
Yeah, I agree.
Like okay, just don't miss low.
Follow that in. Good guide. Good marker.
It is, and he
And he
gets
hits
it.
it right off the dart.
Yep. So Rory is within one leg now of the final, and back against the wall for Jeff. Now, if you're Jeff, you got to remember we've talked about this in other matches that were going on earlier in the day. You got to win 4, but you can't win 4 right away. You just got to win 1.
Yep.
You know,
One at a time.
it's just a matter of hold your throw, hold break. And if you're Rory, you just keep scoring, keep applying pressure. And if you do that, you got to figure you're going to win one of these 4 games.
To me, Rory just looks calmer, more collected. He's just playing darts right now. Where Jeff seems to me like he's overcompensating. He's trying.
Maybe trying a little. Well, we're all guilty of trying a little too hard sometimes, but it is interesting because I thought they kind of looked the opposite about 4 legs ago.
Yeah, I agree.
When it was 5-4 and it looked like it was going to be 5-5, I thought Rory was starting to scratch his head, like look not flustered, but a little like he was gathering himself, and Jeff just seemed really focused and confident.
And Rory's cover shooting is amazing.
That's part of rhythm. That's
Yeah,
the
he's
fact.
missing his first dart and then cleaning it up.
Yeah, the fact that he knows the math and doesn't have to stop. These are all assets for a dart player. Phil's 140.
Wow.
So yeah, 67 after 12. Jeff has to start bull here, I think. 17. He's not going to be able to leave a finish now.
118.
Yep.
All right.
64 left.
Yeah.
Right.
Trip 16 now. Trip 8.
Very
Hit
nice.
it. All right, listen, that's pressure on
That is.
Rory. Rory's
That
got to
is.
clean. Rory's got to hit this.
That's a great shot. 50 left. Ooh.
Oh.
He's got.
Oh my
He's gonna be looking for the double 7 here.
Not what he was aiming to do, but hey,
No, but he's still got a game shot.
he does. Wow.
And same thing he did earlier in the match when he left the 7 and was able to clean it up and still win that leg.
Yep.
All right.
You gotta figure we're
We
looking at
talked
eight-
about him needing to
We're
do.
looking at 8-6 here. You gotta figure.
We talked about him needing to get them one at a time. There's a chance to get the first one.
Oh wow. Oh
Doesn't-
wow. I wouldn't have seen that coming from Jeff.
Doesn't get it done. Now Rory, to clean up 7, and he's in the final. Congratulations.
Another great match.
Congratulations to Rory Goodfella, a 9-5 winner over Jeff Marinucci. And our final set, Colin and Rory.
It's gonna be one hell of a final.
It is.
Holy hell.
2 Irish lads. Who'd have thunk it? All right.
Ruben, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate
thanks,
it.
Thanks for
Thank
being
you.
here. Go down, enjoy the final, enjoy the end
Absolutely.
of year 2.
Year 3's on the horizon. It's gonna be a great, great year. Can't wait.
I can't either.
Thank you.
I'll actually play next year. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna make some events myself.
Pleasure, man. Thanks again. All right. To all the listeners, our final is coming up. We're going to have Rory Goodfella. He just played a 14-leg match, so we're going to give him a couple minutes. He'll be going up against Colin Rath with the title, the cup, and a CDC card invite on the line. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. All right, we're here set for the final. The guys are bulling up right now. Series of matching 25s. So as the guys get ready to decide who's going to get the throw here in the opening leg, the final is a first to 11, best of 21. All right, it looks like Colin has won the throw with a double bull there last turn. So Hoogie's going to get us started. This match is for all the marbles. Number 5 seed Colin Rath versus the number 2 seed Rory Goodfellow. Colin opens 141. Rory answers 140. Both guys ready to go. Colin's right back in the triple. Ton. So this one is for the title of 2023 DPPHL champion. It's for the cup trophy awarded to our winner. And the winner will also get the lion, I'm assuming roughly double the prize money of the runner-up. I don't know the details on that. And also an invite to join the CDC Tour as a card holder in 2024. So both these guys are going to leave it all out there. Hopefully we're in store for a really good final. Nice switch there for Colin. Pins the triple 18. Put himself on 121. Rory's attempt to pressure that is pretty successful with 95. He's going to be on 106. Triple 17. Back upstairs. 57 leaves 64. Rory for 106 and an early break. 101. He's in the same spot Colin was at this point. Yeah, it's a 2. So he's going to have 80 left if he gets another look. Colin from 64. 24 leaves tops. Double 10. Just outside. So Rory will come back for 80. Can't move, can't move.
We're live, but dead.
And Rory on the last dart pins double top to get a break a throw on the board and a 1-0 lead. We're having a couple technical difficulties. Still got a live stream. I'm unable to. We're gonna have to stay with this view for the time being. We're not unable right now to adjust the cameras, like the zoom in on outshots and stuff like that. So we're gonna stay with this wide view where you can see everything. Rory, after opening 140, backs it up nicely. 81. Colin threads the needle, 1 high, 1 low. Third one, the porridge is just right. I've seen a lot of guys do that today. Colin's been no exception. He's done it a bunch of times. So Rory with only 60. Colin with a big score here can draw himself even. Great first start. Slides into the 5. And it looks like he overcompensated a little bit there. He's going to have 76. So Rory from 220 sprays his first two and ends up 126, 194 left. Colin now looking for, he was looking for a 2 triple visit to try to leave himself a finish. It's not going to happen. Just 40. So Rory will have 6 from 194. $95. Left himself 99. Okay, we have a message in the chat from earlier guest Anthony Eugenia, who, as Rory completes the 99 finish, doubles his lead to 2-0, and a hold throw. Anthony says that the CDC Tour card will be extended to the runner-up if the winner should pass. And Colin, back against the wall a little bit early, comes out firing on a 123 to open leg 3. 100 from Rory. Stay within touching distance. Colin right back in a triple. Looking for a fill. Bad kiss gives down, 140. Nice open from Colin, 123, 140. Slack turn there from Rory is going to give Colin a little bit more breathing room here as he tries to cut the lead in half. It's a little early to call it a must hold. It is a race to 11. There's certainly plenty of time to get back in the game should you fall behind early, but the sooner Colin gets that first leg on the board, gets his feet underneath him, the better it'll be going forward. Rory with a 95 leaves 276. Colin from 183 looking to cut it in half. Downstairs. Nice triple 19. He can play cricket too, this guy. He's going to have 86 after 12. Another triple will leave a finish. Not to be. He's got 100. So Colin has 6 starts from 86. And he only needs 2. Great finish from Colin. Set him up, knock him down. Cuts the lead in half. 2-1. So Rory does already have a break in his pocket, so he can maintain his lead as long as he just keeps holding throughout. Nice 100 to start. Colin takes a second. That's one of the things we've talked about this. We touched on this. We've seen both of these guys earlier today on the stream. Contrast in styles makes for an interesting final. Rory a little bit more fluid, a little bit more machine-like. Colin a little more deliberate. Both very effective. And Rory, after opening Tunts on 40, in control in this game. Switches low after going high on this trip 17, hits a triple 19. 77 looks like 94 scored there. Not going to leave it is going to leave a finish. 167 as we correct the math there. Colin cannot leave a finish from 346. Just 60. So Rory's looking at 6 starts comfortably from 167. Interesting switch there. He must not have liked that the way that 5 was laying, because the 15 left on 152. It would have been ideal for him to stay there, but being that he switched to the bottom, switched to the 19, I got to assume that he didn't like the way that dart was laying in the 5 in terms of going for the trip 20. 126 now. Nice third dart. Leaves himself a double 14 coming back. Colin to see if he can put any pressure on that shot. Needs a triple. Gets it. Again, high-low right in the middle. Double 14 for 3-1. Gets it on the second dart. So after 4 legs, Rory Goodfellow 3, Colin Rath 1. Colin with the start here in leg 5. Here we go. Solid tone opening from Colin. Rory, just an unlucky bounce out on what would have been a huge answer. That looked like a 180. 120 scored nevertheless. Still a good turn to put some pressure on Colin. And Colin with a great response, 140. I hear some loud cheers coming from the bar, assuming that they're not cheering. The Eagles have taken the lead against Buffalo Bills. Colin is right back in the triple. 140 there. So he's on 121 after 9. Just a 22 from Rory. So Colin's going to have 6 starts here to close this leg out and get to within 3-2. Bull first, 96. And double 18. There it is. Great shot, Colin Rath. 12 dart leg and a hole to throw. That's going to certainly boost the average there. Taking a look at the averages after 5 legs. Looks like Colin's at 83 and Rory's at 81. Rory with a 3-2 lead. That's the important number, folks. 140 open from Colin there, carrying the momentum from that 12 darter into this leg. Trying to get a break back, get back even on throw. And a 134 from Rory. Great job. Guys just dueling back and forth. Colin right back in it. 180. Yeah, Rory has opened 85, 134. And now 180, 180 answer. Rory on 102 after 9, and he might have to go. That is 60. So 102 plays 121. Oh, can't finish now. Set up shot. So Rory will leave 32 after 12. Colin looking to repeat the 121 from last leg. Goes a different route. That's a bit of a surprise. I know it's a different situation with the other guy on 32. He leaves 24. Very important here for both players. Try to win this leg. They've both played well. Both on a single dart out after 12. Can Rory finish it up and extend his lead to 4-2? No. Comes inside. So Colin, 24 left to even it up. There it is, first start. So we are even after 6 legs. Last 2 went by like a shot. Averages at 88 and 84. Yeah, last 4.
One drive for a touchdown.
Yeah. So we are at 3-3 on throw. Right back at it. Colin, great last start. Tucking it underneath it there. Underneath of the 2 lane. Gets himself 100 to start. The answer. Just a 45 there from Colin. So opening for Rory. 100. That's the key. When both guys are playing pretty well like this, openings aren't going to happen as often, so you have to seize them when they show up. Colin goes all around, single, single, single for 57. Good save there to give himself a 78. Colin from 299. And that's a rough number because you need a 9 mark to leave an out there. 82. Fantastic switch from Rory. 139 scored. He's going to be on 124 after 12. Definitely going to have a look at it. Colin with a 57 to leave himself 160. Rory to break throw and go back up. 64 for the bull. Great shot. So we've seen some fireworks here in the opening session. Both guys, both ton 21 out for Colin, ton 24 out there for Rory. They both connected with 180s. They both connected with 140s. Plenty of ton pluses. And we have a 4-3 Rory lead after 7 legs as the guys go to break. Averages both in the mid 80s. Rory 86, Colin 85 at this point. If they keep this up for 21 games, we are in for a real treat. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. All right, kids, we're back. It's 140 open from Rory. Once again, after that, after Colin had made some inroads, Rory has extended that lead a little bit where he knows he just has to hold his throw the rest of the way and he's going to win this thing. But we got a long way to go. Just a 42. Colin, an opportunity right here. 58. No, great recovery there. I like the smart choice to go 19 from 259 because 95 does leave you an out. You don't have to switch, but when that first arc gets wayward into the 3, real professional job of coming up and steadying himself and getting the 120 to leave himself on a finish. 80 scored. 96, he decides to leave tops. So he'll be back for that. We're calling it 201. And all right, 7 marks there. Pressure applied. 131. Double 10. Gets it on the 3rd dart. That was huge because if he doesn't hit that, real chance for a momentum swing, and Colin with the opportunity to even the match and then throw for the lead. But as it stands, 5-3 Rory after 8. Just a 55 open there. Colin at open 97. And he's right back in it. Yep, I like the laser focus from Colin. I like the effortless rhythm that Rory's showing. Really like the way both of these guys are playing now. Guys are just having fun playing darts, not letting the moment get to them. It is a final. They've both been in finals before, though, so not their first time. That helps. $100 there from Rory. We're pretty even after 9 darts each. Good rebound from Colin. Good recovery, but it won't leave him a finish. Still an opening for Rory here if he can get a big score. And 100 will get him a finish, albeit a big one. Colin from 174 looking to set up. That's an unfortunate dart there. Just 41. Rory here with a chance to extend to a 6-3 lead and pick up another break. And it looks like he's got 97. So he'll be back for 49 if Colin can't convert 133. Oh, chip 19. No, just left. 77 scored. So Rory from 49, double 16, double 8. Looks outside. Doesn't get it. So from 56 for a hole to throw. Double 10. Outside. So Rory looking at 16, double 8. There it is. And Rory has moved ahead 6-3. That is another break of throw. And it looks like he might be starting to find some of that rhythm. 99. Remember, folks, a race to 11 here, so it's far from over. Rory has put himself in a really good position now where he can just concentrate on holding his throw. Doesn't have to worry about getting breaks. There's a 140. $99 from Colin. Rory's still at over a 100-point lead and the darts. Wow, very nice. Great board management. Started on the 18. Smart shot. Switched to the 20. Was looking just to get 98 to leave a finish. Instead, he gets 138. Puts himself on a more makeable finish. 124. He's done this already. Did it just before the break. Not this time. And it looks like 37, 39, 85 left. 277. Colin way back on 277. So best he can do right now is hope for fill this up, and nope. And that is only 31. So Rory's going to have 6 from 85. Not a good turn there. Didn't accomplish anything he wanted to. Still got 65 when he comes back. May have opened the door a little bit for Colin to put some pressure on. And he's doing just that. And it looks like I've got them all. So Colin's on 66. Rory at 65. Tops. He gets it. It's 2 legs in a row where Colin had found himself right in it. And Rory hit a third dart double. Huge momentum swings there. Instead of a possible 5-5 or 6-4, it's a 7-3 lead. And now Rory can just kind of relax and attack Colin's throw, knowing he doesn't need to break. He fills it with 180 there. $97. Nice backup from the 135 start. Rory's in it again. Oh, goes a little high. That's quite a few times today we've seen a guy start 180 and then hit that first triple on the second turn, but the 9 has not been threatened. That's not what Colin wanted to do there. And he's in serious danger after Rory's 180, 140 start. Serious danger again. His throw broken yet again, but 41, 140 for Rory, which he will have a look at no matter what. Time's right now for Colin. Needs another. Ton to leave 150. 80 left. It's just going to be a setup. He decided to go for the triple again. Didn't want to go to double-double route. He leaves 40. 150. Oh, he tried to follow it and just kissed out. Did he get the triple 10? No. 60 left. Tops. Gets it. Rory's playing really solid right now. 14 darter to break. He's doing enough to break, and then he's doing enough to hold. And he's got an 8-3 lead now. And he's almost can see the finish line. As both players go around the board 2019-18. Colin's the only one that finds a triple, or 93 open. Yeah, just a 26 from Rory, so just as quickly as Rory had put himself in a dominant position, here's an opening for Colin to try to get back in the match. Chance on Rory's throw. Chance still remains. Colin has the darts here. He's already stolen them. Just got to hit something to keep them. 95. Great last start. Good job of going under. 255 left. And just as quickly as Rory was hot there for 3 legs, the intensity seems to be, turned all the way off right here. Colin looking to leave a finish. Can't do so. So from 333. We're still at an outside shot of defending his throw here. Just 81 though. Colin's still in control. From 216, 85. From 216, he's still going to have 6 starts. There's a triple. Ooh, decided to go to the 18 there. He's got 132 left. Rory does not threaten, so Colin will have 6 starts from 132 for a much-needed break a throw. Yep, doesn't have to go bull. Trying to set up tops there. He was looking for 72 in those last 2 darts. Doesn't find a triple, so he's going to be at 76. Rory trying to pressure it. Gets 100, so he's at 107. Colin for 76. Much needed break. Get himself back in the match at 8-4. Just outside. And just inside. So 8 left. And Rory for a chance to really put a stranglehold on it. Oh, just goes high on tops. That would have been I would have been a real death blow. I would have made it 9-3 in a leg that he looked out of for the entire leg. And Colin rebounds after those misses at the 8. Gets double 4. Now we're 8-4. Colin's start. So Rory's still ahead 2 breaks. Now, just as we talked about in prior matches, if you're the guy that's down, that's trailing, can't win them all at once. Just one leg at a time. Just focus on holding your throw. Colin only starts with 45. Rory with a great cover shot. 119 open. Forces Colin to hit. Colin does hit a ton. And Rory's right back in at 20. 18 on that 3rd dart. That's it. Yeah. Very important. Limit your troubleless visits here. Keep the pressure on your opponent. Take advantage of your openings. And that's a troubleless visit from Rory. Colin with a chance to get himself down to a finish here with a good round. 96, he will leave himself a finish at 160. Rory back on 231. And he fails to hit a triple there, so 55 leaves him 176. So Colin with 6 from 160, just wants to keep him straight. Oh, not what he wanted there from the 3rd dart. He would have much rather have a single 20 there. And Rory with a great setup round, leaves himself 40 and putting all the pressure on this 77. 58. 1 dart at tops. Just high. So now Rory with an opportunity here to go up 9-4. Double 10. Gets it. So, when your opponent breaks you break them right back. Sign of a champion. And right now, Rory has a huge advantage. Up 3 breaks with throw and 2 legs away from the title. And he opens 140. Colin opens 82. Nice cover shot on a 19. Rory's right back in it. That last one glides into the 5, but still a 95. 95 is solid score when you're running ahead. Puts all the heat on the other guy. One thing to need a ton, it's certainly another thing to need a 140. Rory once again starts low, looking at 96 to leave 170. And even though he goes wayward into the 3, throws a great second dart. Third one bounces out, a little unlucky, 197. And Colin with a much needed 140 to get within touching distance. And that 45 from Rory is only going to leave 152. So opportunity here for Colin. Another big score necessary. Great first start. A little low on the second. He's left himself a Shanghai. So 152 for Rory. And another, nope, 72. 72, taking a look. Decides to go 16. 56 left. 120 has to go for Colin. Just low. He bracketed it the same way he's been doing a lot today, but the problem is he needed one of them first two to go. Tops now. And there it is. Another 17 dart leg from Rory. And it is 10-4. Now, there's a scheduled break here. It looks like they are going to take it. Sometimes you never know when matches, one guy's one leg away from winning, whether or not they would take the break. Looks like they're going to. Well, here's the situation. Rory's one leg away from the title. Colin simply needs to win 7 in a row.
Break every 7, right? So
Yeah. He's got to win. He's got to have a perfect session.
7 in a row. I mean,
He's got to have a perfect
we'll
session.
take another break.
He will have the throw. Colin will have the throw when we come back. When they start playing again. Again, I know it sounds cliche, it sounds trite, whatever. One game at a time. You can't win 7 at once.
Weirder things are happening when
Weirder
two
thing-
guys have those type of averages.
Yeah,
every game's coming down to an
right. And all it takes is Rory's played fantastic, but he has given Colin some opportunities. It's not like he's been completely flawless.
But it's funny too because Colin comes out 2-3 in a row. Now that shadow of doubt starts to creep in your head of like,
It could.
Did this break just fuck me?
It could, but I think Rory's brashness and experience and the way he plays, I don't think he would fall victim to that. I think he would just keep plugging away. I think could it happen? Yeah, but I think Colin's gonna have to win all 7 legs. I don't think he's gonna win 2 or 3 and then Rory's gonna fall apart. I don't see that happening. Yeah, it looks like both players are back. Chalker's not in place, though. It looks like they're just going to take a couple darts here. So we'll stay with you. I'll let you know when I see Mike Semi go back to the chalking post. right, we're back. Like somebody's making his way to the board. Be getting underway with the third session. Like the guy, give the guys a thank you for taking that little quick break and giving me time to finish my pretzel. Leg 15, Colin to throw first. Nice 140 open. And a 9 mark 78 from Rory to answer. Colin backs up his 140 with an 85. And Rory backs up his 78 with a 140, so we're pretty even here after 6 starts. Every leg, do or die for Colin Rath from this point forward. As Rory closes in on the title. Colin with 140. Rory with 100. So Colin, 6 starts from 136 to extend the match. 71. Ooh, slack dart there on the 2. He's going to leave himself 69. Rory with a chance to set up 183. Thought he might go downstairs there on the last one, but he stays up. 69 left for Colin. Tops. Just high. So, Rory will have his first opportunity in the first game. 123. Trip 18. No. 40 left for Colin to reduce the deficit to 10-5. Just low. So here we go. 68 for the whole thing. For the bull. Outside into the green. Didn't look like he gave that dart a chance, even though it didn't miss by much. 20 now, double 10. Oh no, 5 left. 25 now for the match. Double 8. Just, yeah. He leaves 8. Colin. Double 2. Okay. So it's 10-5. After a couple turns where he was just standing behind Rory, helpless to watch, because Rory had 2 cracks from 68. Try to seal this thing up, couldn't get it done. Well, if you're going to have to win 7 straight and make a comeback, you're going to need a little luck at some point. So,
Speaking of luck.
87 from Rory there. Backing up his 60. Colin, who opened with just 40, needs another triple. Nope. And a 140 from Rory there is going to put him down at 214 after 9. Just 45. So Rory's going to have 6 starts from 214 to try to sew this title up. Cuts it in half with 100. 114 coming back. Colin at 316. Needs a big score just to leave a finish, and it's not going to happen. 109. Nope. Good last start. Good last start into the trip 18 to leave himself 36. And he's definitely going to get a look as Colin's back on 231. In fact, only 55 there, 56 there. Double 18 for the title. And he gets it on the second dart. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2023 DPPHL Grand Finals champion, the number 2 seed, Rory Goodfella. Congratulations, Rory. Great job all day. High average in round 1, high average throughout the day. You know, a lot of guys threw impressive darts throughout the day, but I think Rory was the most consistent. He was certainly the heaviest in the scoring phase, and he did well. He did a really good job finishing. And if you look at his scores, you know, 5-1 in match 1, 7-2 in match 2, 9-5 in match 3, and then 11-5 in match 4. He really wasn't challenged. He really wasn't pushed too hard. He's the best today. Congratulations, Rory Goodfella, 2023 DPPHL champion. Let me turn it over to Matt Forkin.
So just to walk everyone through what's going on right now, we're not going to stay live and do the post-game interview like we typically do. Our equipment has frozen up. I'm going to have to reboot everything, and rather than go live, I will record the interview with Rory and post it later. So thank you, everyone, for joining. Thank you, Jim Newman, for your Premier League donation to East Coast Arts and commentating this event. And congratulations, Rory Goodfellow, 2023 Dart Players Philadelphia champion and a CDC tour card holder.